granddad is not able to use AI, that's our job to make him AI literate. We are not able to make him AI literate, that's our failure. That's the failure of this generation. Not a problem of LLM, not a problem of his. So that's how I look at it. Sorry, I took some time on that. I thought I'll take a second stab on that. So far as my question goes, yes. If my livelihood is related to data, I would like my data to be at the forefront. I would like to create as much dashboards as possible, knowing very well that dashboards don't tell us any story. The KPIs are as useless as the data is. If the data is not good, KPIs will not tell you anything. But since my livelihood depends on that, I'll try to project my data as the data set and try to project a panacea for every solution which comes from my data sets. That's the problem. So the problem is that we have not been able to standardize the foundation of the data. So no amount of AI can compensate for a bad foundation. So what we have to do, we have to look at the foundational aspects of the data. We have to ensure, I mean, he just talked about ontologies, he talked about many good practices. I was just looking at it. We have to ensure that these are not only talked in this conference room, but they're adopted and modified and absorbed in real world scenario. And then I'm very sure that only one dashboard would be available. Since the data standards are different, so we have different dashboards.
By the way, if we can go backwards a step, because Gaurav, you asked this great audience poll question. So again, if you can raise your hand if you used AI today already. Raise your hand. All right. So I'm surprised not every hand was up, because any of you who unlocked a phone today with a fingerprint or a face sensor, who used Google Maps to get here today, you used AI. We just don't call it AI once it works for us seamlessly. And I think that's a concept that you're bringing here about how we get our grandparents to also be able to seamlessly use the technologies without having to think about the underlying complexity of that. There's a great quote about this, that the beauty of the iPhone is that it took layers of complexity and hid them all in a simple interface. There's also another quote about the perversity of the financial system I'll leave for later. So or Professor, I should say, Srinath, your research is on the value of the World Wide Web to humanity. And I want to talk with regards to data specifically. What are those benefits that Mr. Bharadwaj talked about earlier about investing in shared interoperable data foundations?
Yeah. So I have been working with or understanding the impact of the internet, World Wide Web, and now AI on human lives in different places. So we work with governments, both the central government and the state government. We have worked with companies, and we also worked with civil society organizations who work on the grassroots. And so one thing what I found is the approach to data is very different across the board. How a community looks at data would be very different from how a government looks at data. But despite the apparent diversity around, I think there is also a fundamental issue. I think it's probably specific to India. It's about the trust issue with respect to the establishment. I think in India, not just in villages or whatever, even in institutions, there is a fundamental distrust with anything institutional. I'll give a quick example just to drive home the point. We have formal meetings where we discuss threadbare everything and come to a conclusion. And then there is a coffee table gossip saying that, the real reason this decision was reached was something else. And that is found more trustworthy than what the official missionary said. So there is a kind of this distrust between what the establishment says and what the community grapevine basically says. And so I think really what is needed here is the right kind of stewardship with data. So data is helpful in different ways. We have worked with different communities. Having the right data element, for example, we worked with some shepherd community in Karnataka and some farmers and so on. Getting access to the right data is very important, but really the main barrier here is the trust in the whole system. And having the right steward interface with people, I think can make the real AI diffusion possible in this. So that's my point.
So if I can ask a follow-up question on that, with this lack of trust of the establishment, is data a tool for democracy or not?
Yes, very much so. I think let me put it this way. The thing is, the value of data is kind of recognized, but the trust with the data is not really there. And but with the right stewardship, data would get used and would actually benefit people. We've already seen a lot of applications, for example, DPI-based applications that use open data sets, and people use them, Namayatri and others, in places like Bangalore. So which are quite pervasive, and all segments of society kind of use them. But again, the uptake is still kind of slow. ONDC, for example, I think didn't have that much of an uptake. And so this is my theory on what's stopping the uptake, but then this is the...
So consider this an open question for the room. Mr. Bharadwaj, you were actually talking about data huggers outside. And so one of the things I want to understand a bit is, what are the current incentives, sometimes perverse incentives, for government entities and others to keep systems siloed and fragmented?
So perhaps I'll say the government does not have any incentive to keep the data silo. It's just the foundation we need to build together. And as part of it, if you know NSO India, there's a whole digital bouquet. We have a national data portal, we have the website, we have apps, we have micro data portal, and to top it all, as he said, we have a MCP server. I request all of you to go to our website and use that. So that takes away the problem of schema altogether. You just go connect that tool and get the insight. And that itself is a huge data set. So what I'm trying to say that, but yes, having said that, there would be some people or some organization where they feel that that they need to keep their data to themselves. The problem is not systematic. The problem is personal. When people think that making data public may just lead to people finding a problem in their data set, and which will perhaps lead to their jobs getting affected. That's the problem I see combined. And if this we are able, as a society, as a system, we are able to remove this fear from everyone who is creating data, that look, when data is created, there has to be some issues with it, and we need to work on it, to improve it, to clean it. If that happens over a period of time, I don't see any data hugger existing anymore.
Do you believe, sir, that there is a feedback loop between usage of data and budget or value to your ministry? And if not, should there be?
It is. I mean, if you ask me, it may not be a tangible number to give it to you, but if we start getting feedback or an adverse feedback on our data sets, it does affect everything, including the budget. So it's our job. But at the same time, I'll tell you that NSOs are most equipped, and I tell it with some responsibility, to produce data. NSOs are the only organizations who are supposed to produce data for the policy making. All other data produced by different organizations is a secondary activity. So administrative data is being produced as a secondary activity to the administration. So that's why NSOs has better quality criteria. The NSOs have better metadata available. So it's like NSOs have bigger responsibilities in this data ecosystem. I see NSO, NSO can remain binary in their nature, that I'll only be an active data producer. Now we'll have to be orchestrating the entire ecosystem of data. We have to ensure that good standards are followed. We have to ensure that when data is produced, the metadata is available to wrestle with, if at all. We also, lastly, when data is produced, metadata is available, they are linked. Most of the time what happens, there is no linking, the document gets lost in the bargain. So these are the few issues I feel, and yes, I'll say there is value attached to the data we produce, and there should be.
So again, as an open question for the group, you started on this point around trust. What is currently the biggest trust barrier for the usage of AI as you folks see it?
So, trust barrier is, I believe, it is very my personal perspective, right? When I'm getting a recommendation, I use it, it is useful for me, and first time I like it. Second time, when it goes to a hyper-personalization level, I start questioning, am I losing my autonomy, right? And that is when as a user, the question go back. How is this AI actually working? What is the data behind it? What is my personal data that actually I exposed myself to others? So a lot of these questions about data, trust, and why data are siloed and locked, somebody doesn't open it, somehow again comes down to that what we have done in the foundation that Mr. Bharat was mentioned to build trust by design, right? So I believe Aadhaar is so successful today, even though it is actually linked to our personal data, because how the system was designed, how a system was designed from the scratch so secure. I do not think, pardon me if I'm incorrect, but I do not think the US SSN system is that secure in a way of implementing authentication as Aadhaar is in India, right? So again, I want to take a reference to Mr. Bharadwaj's point that it is this generation's responsibility to make our previous generation AI use better for them. But also this generation also as actually, we're being very hard on this generation because we got kind of bombarded with technology revolution, and data foundation was not there because it was not needed before, right? Everybody created their data for their use. I mean, I didn't need to think about what metadata I have to link to others because data was only for my use, for my organization, for my department. Today, we are facing that need, and today, I am very hopeful that dialogues are happening. We are talking about redefining the foundation, creating metadata so that we can link, and I believe this generation is doing a wonderful job that we are having those dialogues at the right time.
Yeah, can I add to that point? Yeah, I think very valid points. So one more perspective about trust is, see, I think in the recent years, for some reason, we have started using disruption in a positive connotation. But actually, disruption means disruption of livelihoods, disruption of identities, disruption of... so even when, to connect with the previous question, why are data is silos, right? And so historically, data was generated in silos, and there have been some long entrenched practices that are there. For example, crop yield data, right, the practice goes back to the days of the great statistician Mahalanobis. So he created this something called crop cutting experiments, and that's the practice that's being used for more than 70 years now. And there's a huge infrastructure in place, and so it's very difficult for this big infrastructure to kind of change and say, okay, I'm going to make my data interoperable. And so similarly, you know, communities and so on, they fear that their identity gets lost in this bigger system and so on. So those are some barriers that kind of come through.
So feel free to use this as a speed round or as a lecture session towards me. As someone who works at a large multinational tech company, what advice would you all give me?
I can begin. So building on previous points, I think what large big tech firms can do at this point is facilitate participatory AI auditing of their platforms for several use cases specific to our geographies where we need these AI models to work. For example, you gave an example of agriculture. We are an agrarian economy. We need agriculture advice at a timely basis. Now today, if I use one of the big models and query that I have a mango farm, I'm a farmer from, say, a district in Maharashtra, I have a mango farm, how much urea I should put in it so that I have a good yield? The problem with existing models and the kind of data integration is it would give me an answer. I'm not sure that answer would be correct. And that's what we're trying to do with Parak AI, our platform to participatory AI auditing. And we realized that the Kisan call centers data says you have to add 200 gram per mango tree, while some of the models would claim, say, you need to add 800 gram urea. Now that's a major difference in terms of information sharing with the farmer. And farmer would say, okay, I trust it because I'm asking my mobile phone this information. I used to ask this previously from search engines, and I used to get decent information. So there are chances of hallucination, there are chances of biases, there are chances of local context missing, which we can mitigate preemptively by doing participatory AI auditing, where we involve a local expert who is from that geography, who knows that location really well, B, domain experts who are really familiar with that particular domain, in this case in agriculture. That would really incentivize adoption in the country.
Yeah, so I guess very quick note from my side is, you know, the usual saying that familiarity breeds contempt, but I would say that familiarity also breeds trust. And so whether we convert the familiarity to contempt or trust, it's totally up to us. And so I think what multinationals can do is to work with the economy in a way that's familiar to them. So work with existing practices, work with existing mental models, and then enrich those mental models to a place where we can elevate them to the next level, where we can empower each community or each stakeholder to work better in their own way that they were doing. So that's probably.
Okay. So I'll first just try to explain what makes me very uncomfortable with AI. Being statistician, it's the lack of explainability. My dream is that when a deep learning model will explain that how have they inferred. So I'm just looking forward to that future. I'm still not sure. And I'll again harp on the AI literacy. So AI literacy is again something which creates most of the distrust for the AI. People are not knowing that what it is doing, why it is doing, and that leads to less usage of AI. So I mean, a very quick note on that. Yes, so to you, I'll say don't work in silos. It's only not the government which works in silos. At times, multinational also works in silos. I'll request you to create a product which is replicable. You have a beautiful product over there, and I must congratulate you for that. But just don't create an over-specialized product which cannot be replicated in the real-world scenario. Work with the system, work with the government, work with the voluntary sector. Help us reach that stage and help us work on those things. So give us a minimum value of a product which is available. Give us that so that everybody gets benefit of your, your competence, your resources, and then give us an aspirational thing, which not many can reach, but of course, there's always a step to take forward. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Very helpful, thank you.
I'll be very brief. I think the trust factor that Professor mentioned is pretty good because Google has a brand name and we all have the familiarity and the trust. Obviously, the suspicion comes in as because of the technology growth, are we responsible, are you ethical, interpretability, everything. But while you are doing it, you're already proving, I mean, in the way Google or the big companies also have the power to kind of lead the way, how to build more interpretable, more trustworthy AI solutions. The only thing I would say that while you do and prove it in different parts of the world, understanding the context of localization becomes important. So what works for, let's say, United Nations, exact same strategy probably is not working in India, but it has to be a little different. So for every country, if we kind of, with agility, adopt that localization context and what solution will work, I believe I think Google is already doing that, but that's what would be my advice to all multinationals and big techs.
So as panelists here, I think we're all fellow travelers when it comes to this data journey. And the question I have for you is, as we move forward, do you think it is plausible that we have this concept of open data as a public utility? Data that is both open and transparent enough to both governments and citizens that we can actually trust it and use it together to have a shared decision space, versus at times what I feel we have now, which is the loudest member in the room wins, right? So do we believe, is that a naive view of mine, or is this a realistic view of a future we can build?
I would say yes. I think this is the time. Earlier it was probably not, as we were saying that data was collected for individual purpose. That's why silos existed. So, but now this is the time that there is a real utility that we combine and have more powerful decisions and more actionable insights for the population.
And if I can just ask one follow-up for each of you along with this, which is, what is one thing your organization wants to do in the next year to try to move that vision forward?
So my organization, Next Step Foundation, is pretty firm believer in this. So we are working with all of you actually together to build that, make this vision come to life. So I would request you all to actually visit the booth in the Next Step Pavilion also if you have time. So we are, as Prem already mentioned, we are coming up with a conceptual framework of data boarding pass, But the idea is that how we can break silos, standardize, clean, and create an AI-ready database for overall population scale impact of AI.
Okay. So next year, maybe in another 6 months, the idea is to create a data as a service AI stack, where people can just use natural language to get insights from the data. It will work on a different layer. I cannot divulge all the details right now, but it's in the making. But website, you go there, you have an AI chatbot to get the information. You have MCP server to get the information from our national data portal. You have another AI tool which you can use for our micro data portal. By the way, each of the survey of the micro data portal has more than 1 million records. So you can just do it and how quickly you can do it. And lastly, but I think most importantly, there is a system for user to access it. It's not unknown, it's available, not only available, it's accessible, it's known. So that's our, short-term goal, I'll say, in next 6 months.
So from IIITB as a university, our main objective is to empower the ecosystem. One, of course, by providing trained personnel who are conversant with the open data ecosystem. Second, through active research. So my own group has conducted multiple research theses have come out in this. One, we have conducted some research on some kind of formalisms or data models for how to integrate data in a purpose agnostic manner, because data can be used for any purposes. So we came out with a formalism called multiverse, and there's a PhD thesis on that. We also came out with some models on how to introduce AI with complex systems, and we call it intervention science. That is, how do we use data to design policy interventions to nudge towards certain outcomes. And we also have a PhD thesis plus a couple of master's theses on this. And so these are some of our initiatives.
Quickly, so at Civic Data Lab, as people might have aware, we are traditionally an open data organization. So we truly believe that if we have to make AI work for public good, we need to make sure data works for public good, and that cannot happen if we don't have good open government data. So we are committed to build capacity of all the chief data officers in the country and other countries as well to make sure their data is standardized, near real time, is AI ready, and ensure that that's supply side of the problem we solve in next couple of months, not years. Second one is to enable new change makers, upcoming change makers, to consume these data sets and meaningfully engage with government, meaningfully engage with other change makers who are working on AI for public good, and that open data becomes the foundational layer towards it, and we would try to push for it as much as possible in upcoming years.
As we close this session, I'd like to actually close on a question for all of you. Many of you may try to add us on LinkedIn. I'm going to say that if you want to successfully do that, please try to answer the question as you try to add us, which is, if I gave you a magic wand, let's say we're in the future, we've all achieved our goal, right? We've created this massive interoperable system with all of India's data in it, with that voice interface that even my grandmother can use. What is the one question you want to ask that interface? So what is the one question you want to ask that interface?
I can start. What do I need to fix in my neighborhood? What are the major problems my neighborhood is facing, and how can I fix it? That would be my first question.
Maybe I can go next. I have two questions to ask this. As a country, what is driving us and what is stopping us in this diverse countries?
So we are plumbers, no? We have to plumb. So my question would be, what are the data sets you need, or what improvement can I bring in this data set environment which will help you give us more accurate answers to people like them?
Okay. It's a magic wand, so the interface already exists. So I would ask a question that, since we have done this to enable population, can you tell me how secure my population is by using you?
I love it. I hope this has been an inspiring session for all of you. Thank you all for coming today. And I want to thank my panel here for a very lively discussion. Again, for those of you interested, where should people go? You want to let them know the website?
So there is a new website launched, databoardingpass.ai. Please go visit. It's a very preliminary website, but you'll get information about it.
Thank you all.
CRY, Child Rights in You, is an Indian NGO that for 40 years has worked for the rights of all underprivileged Indian children. CRY is adopting strategies like ensuring that the children and their parents find education as important, ensure that they are equipped with a set of life skills and other skills like digital skills so that they stay in school and they are able to go and move towards a different future.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
You never got married, why?
I am currently married.
To?
For the first time I'm even saying this on a podcast.
Was it a sankat, dharm sankat?
मैं तो प्यार में पागल था ना मैडम.
लोग क्या कहेंगे?
इनर पीस के झरने बहेंगे अगर हम बस ये सोचना बंद करेंगे कि 4 लोग क्या कहेंगे. और वो 4 लोग कौन 4 है ये तो आज तक हमने पता नहीं
पता. How your name gets mispronounced.
Gold Gopal Das of course was one. And I asked him, how much for 10 grams? Gold.
Who is a monk?
Each one of you can be a monk without having to leave home, without having to leave family, without having to leave your professions and careers, but mastering the mindset.
Can somebody be spiritual but not religious?
Each path or each religion then had a different set of rituals built according to their cultures of how to express your gratitude to the divine. As long as the spirit behind those rituals was very much intact, alive, and in sync with the purpose of those rituals, religion and spirituality were never different.
Are we talking about systems which are now outdated, like marriage, like joint families?
किसी भी वक्त में, किसी भी दौर में क्या ये सिद्धांत बदलेगा कि हमको एक दूसरे को समझना चाहिए? क्या ये सिद्धांत कभी बदलेगा कि हमको एक दूसरे को सम्मान देना चाहिए? नहीं बदलेगा। किस तरह से सम्मान देना चाहिए बदलेगा। मेथोडोलॉजीज बदल सकती है। जो सिद्धांत है, जो मूल्य है, जो प्रिंसिपल्स है, जो टेनेट्स है, they don't change.
There must be people in politics who come to you to say that एक शब्द बोल दीजिए, एक लाइन हमारे लिए बोल दीजिए, लोग हमें वोट देंगे।
जिंदगी हमको किस मोड़ पर ले जाती है हम कभी नहीं जानते, तो इसलिए मैं कभी दावे के साथ कभी नहीं कुछ कह सकता। मकसद एक हो, माँ भारती का विकास, माँ भारती की उन्नति। Let political ideologies be different, let religious ideologies be different, let how to live your lives may be different. We may have very different opinions, mindsets, ideologies. No problem. Diversity is beautiful. To all who are watching, wish you all a very wonderful new year ahead. And my sincere heartfelt prayers are that this year and your life be filled with abundance, peace, joy and happiness.
Namaste, Jai Hind. You're watching or listening to another edition of the NI podcast with Smita Prakash. Today we speak with a monk who speaks the language of millennials and corporates. Gaur Gopal Das is a former engineer turned monk who often speaks about leadership, productivity and self-development. And unlike many modern influencers, he avoids political or ideological lines. His focus is on emotional well-being, relationships, stress, success and balance, making him acceptable across demographics and belief systems. Swamiji, pranam.
Pranam ji, pranam.
So happy to have you here. I feel blessed that you could come and grace our studios with your presence. I'm most grateful. I'll begin with the obvious question which everybody will have. Who is a monk? And someone who's detached from the world or very much a part of the world and material world, I mean. And what is the role of a monk? Is there any description? Is there a AI generated answer to this or a Wikipedia answer to this or something? Or does everybody have a separate definition?
Right. But first of all, my sincere gratitude, Smita ji, for giving me this opportunity to be here as a part of your podcast. And I remember, I think we met at a wedding and
Yes.
that's where you asked me to come over as a
My
guest.
goodness.
I remember very
You
well.
remember, okay.
And I said, yeah.
Yes, I've been waiting since then.
And you know, when you asked me to come, I said, do you have any questions that you could ask to me?
Absolutely.
You said, we'll figure the questions out.
I'm not going to ask you political questions. So.
But no, such a joy and my sincere gratitude.
Thank you.
But in answer to that question, is there a standard definition of a monk? Who is a monk? Is a monk a part of the world or is a monk withdrawn and aloof from the world? I think I would like to refer to the Gita here. And in the Gita, Arjun is not someone who's withdrawn.
Correct.
Arjun is very much a part of the world. Arjun is on the battlefield of Kurukshetra fighting a battle in as much as most of us are fighting battles every day. We are fighting battles. Within the body there are battles going on which leads up to diseases. So much battle going on inside. The body is a battleground. Within the mind there's a lot of battles going on. At our workplace there's a lot of battles going on. In our life there are a lot of battles going on. So I think Kurukshetra is not just a battlefield. Life is a battlefield.
But Arjun is not a monk, he's not a sadhu, guru. Maybe Dronacharya is one or Bhishma Pitama in some respect.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
So Arjun, being a part of the battlefield, apparently is not a monk, like you very rightly pointed out. You could probably refer to Bhishma, who was like a celibate as a monk. But Arjun, no, he had a family, he had wives, he had responsibilities, he had power. And right there on the battlefield, Krishna spoke to him the Bhagavad Gita.
वीडियो कॉल मैं सीनियर इंस्पेक्टर काली पहाड़ी चौकी से। यस, आपके पार्सल में ड्रग्स मिले हैं। ड्रग? मैंने आपको अरेस्ट किया जाता है। यदि बचना चाहते हो तो 2 लाख रुपए। ये फोन पे कौन अरेस्ट करता है? तुम पुलिस नहीं है और हम बोगा मतलब मूर्ख नहीं है। यूपीआई कहता है अगर कोई नकली पुलिस बन के आपको भी कॉल करे और डराए तो कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं। जाइए आप भी किसी का टेस्ट लीजिए।
जनाब खुश हैं आज बहुत। आज मेरी गाड़ी की चाबी
is pulling quite a bit of weight, right? Our focus was quite a bit on general vision recognition, but with a focus on document intelligence. We are very deeply interested to digitize documents, whether it is ancient documents in variety of scripts or modern documents with complex tables, handwritings, notings, etc. So quite a bit of understanding was focused on, given a document, extracting the layout appropriately. How do you read the page? Visual grounding was also an important thing. You need to take large language models and ground them on understanding vision. We of course also had to tailor it for various components. What I mean by that is we took from scratch a 3 billion parameter model. It's called a hybrid model because it combines state space with attention-based layers, making it very efficient. We trained this model for, I think, about 16 trillion tokens of Indian language, of English, code, etc. And then we took this model and grounded it on vision capabilities with a continued pre-training on 400 million images. That's the visual grounding, and by adding these new components for vision. And then this became the baseline with which we then fine-tuned models for different tasks. And here is a benchmark that is making quite some rounds on an international benchmark, Almost here, which is by Alan AI, which is a non-profit working in the space of AI. They released their own models in the open source. On English, we were able to perform the best, improving on variety of models, including being able to detect tables, handwriting, math, multi-column, all kinds of complexities that documents have naturally. And this is a combination of high quality, continued pre-training, the supervised fine-tuning, and as you can imagine, reinforcement learning. The ability to take a task like vision and be able to improve it with reinforcement learning to solve these long tail of problems was one thing we focused on. And I think we are just getting started in vision. As I said, 8 months back, we did zero vision at Sarvam. Today, we have a state-of-the-art model. And we are just getting started, and we feel very excited that we will build very strong models on all aspects of vision, including, for example, detecting what's happening through a CCTV camera. Also on Indian languages, our lead is even higher. We are comparing ourselves against models of much, much larger sizes, and we are able to significantly improve accuracy. I would now like to call upon Krishna to talk more about this.
Thanks, Pratyush. Good afternoon. I would like to say, what is high-fidelity document digitization? It's not just a simple text extraction problem. It is much more involved. For example, there are several types of documents which have much intricate complexities, such as newspapers, government records, textbooks, and so on. All of these have to be identified for their structure and the content they have within them. So how do we do that? Firstly, we do document layout understanding. What that means is, given a document, we are able to parse where is a page number, where is a heading, where is a paragraph, where is a table, and so on. Now, with this information, what we are able to do, next slide, please. Yeah. So with this information, we are able to perform visual grounding and reading order predictions, which mean that given a complex newspaper with easily 100 blocks here, we are able to say what is the headline, what is the title of an article, and then say that is order number 1, 2, and so on, all the way unto 108 reading order. So with this kind of visual grounding and layout understanding, we've been able to put a very tight harness around the Sarvam vision model. So moving to the next example, in addition to all the harness that we have, we also do something called knowledge extraction. Most traditional vision language models and OCR models perform text extraction. What we do at Sarvam is much more advanced, which is knowledge extraction. For example, the chart present up there is not just extracted with the text there, but we are able to caption it in various languages and present them in Markdown and JSON and other complex formats so that downstream applications can easily ingest the data. And finally, with all of this architecture, we've also been able to solve some of the most complex handwritten documents, which on the left you see, this is a letter from Abraham Lincoln from 1800s, and this is from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar from early 1900s, and we've been able to digitize it with like almost 100% accuracy, and this is Sarvam Vision for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Krishna. One use case of vision that I am very deeply passionate about is using vision for recognizing what students have written on paper to digitize their work and then be able to provide them personalized feedback on what they learned and what they did not. Because in the absence of being able to recognize actual human work, we are restricted to forcing students to always go through digital interfaces. So imagine students across the country writing exams on a weekly basis, not to be tested, not to be evaluated, but to be given exact feedback on what they understood and what they need to improve on, right? I think that is a genuine possibility with the work we are doing. In fact, we are collaborating with DPS School, NCRT, the Ministry of Education to make that happen in this academic year. Now, I would like to talk about our large language model. We have been, of course, building models across the vision model, for example, is also a large language model, but it is a 3 billion parameter dense model, again trained from scratch by us over the last 8 months. But it is important to scale up. And there are 2 other models that we trained, and we are talking about releasing them today. One is Sarvam 30 billion. This is a 30 billion parameter model. Of course, all of you know that the larger the model, the more the parameters in it. It is more capable, but of course it is harder to train, takes longer to train, and longer to run in production as well. But 30 billion in today's time is a very small model. It is actually a mixture of experts model. It has actually just 1 billion activated parameters, meaning we have a 30 billion parameter model, but in generating every output token, it only activates 1 billion parameters. Other competitive models, such as Quen 30 billion, for example, have 3 billion activated parameters, right? So even in the mixture of experts world, we have gone towards systems which can be very, very efficient for inferencing. It supports a context length of 32,000, meaning that you can have long-running conversations with it, long-running agentic interactions with it. It is pre-trained, again from scratch, on 16 trillion tokens of text. This is a lot of tokens. So a token of text, think of it as 2/3 of a word, right? That's a good estimate for English. So you're talking about trillions of words of text that have been used to train this model, again curated completely within Sarvam. It also is a very, very efficient thinking model. It beats all models out there, office class in efficient thinking, and I'll show you the results of it. Again, this is towards the principle of making these models efficient. These are reasoning models, hence they think, but the amount of thinking they do can impact how long it takes to get an answer, how costly it is. We have worked to make it very, very efficient. And finally, the intent of this model is to be a real-time conversational engine for things people build. It's small, it has 1 billion active parameters, it has a large context window, it allows you to work with Indian languages and then have conversational experiences with users. Quickly showing you benchmarks. These are very popular international benchmarks on math, programming, knowledge, and you can see our model being compared across open models from different companies, and you can see that in variety of those things, the Sarvam model, Sarvam 30B, actually does exceedingly well. And if you look at agentic benchmarks, where agentic is, of course, where there is tool calling, there is usage of multiple tools which the model has to choose from on variety of things. For example, browse comp, it is the ability to use the web search to improve the answers that the model gives out. On SweBench, which is about programming, on Tau Square, which is about tool calling, you find that our model is competitive with the best models that have been released in this model scale, while being significantly smaller in terms of the number of activated parameters. If you look at thinking budget, it's one of the most important things here, which is how long do you give the model to think before you can answer? And on the x-axis here, you can see how much of thinking is allowed for a model before it answers questions on math from this benchmark called AIME. And you can see that other models perform very, very poorly if asked to be, in some sense, fast, asked to be compact. And you can see that the Sarvam 30B significantly outperforms both at the 8K and the 16K scales compared to the latest models that have been released from other companies at the same size. I just would like to again bring this into focus to what we are doing. We would like to make AI work at a population scale, and being able to do it efficiently becomes a very, very core thesis. And things like this add a huge step up to how efficient these models are. I can actually deploy a model with much smaller token budget, achieving the goals which would otherwise be much more expensive. Also, on another task here, HMMT, even in this task, you can see that the performance significantly is higher for both the 8,000 and the 16,000 token budgets. Of course, this is English, math, reasoning that I showed you. On Indian languages, we of course do very well, whether it is on fluency, being able to follow a particular language, usefulness, conciseness, we significantly outperform models that have been released in the open source at this model scale. In fact, these benchmarks don't do justice to the fact that the model understands Indian languages natively. It can answer a question in math specified in an Indian language while being so small, right? And to therefore demonstrate those use cases, I would like to show how India at scale can use a model like Sarvam 30B by demonstrating what is possible with a feature phone. And to do that, I would like to invite Aditya.
Thank you, Pratyush. Super excited to be here. Just wanted to, I think, referring to what Pratyush has said, I think we want to serve 1 billion Indians, and small efficient models are important for that. And what we have been able to do is plug this 30B model into a conversational AI assistant. And you can actually use the conversational AI assistant through a phone call. And that's what I'll be demonstrating.
You can mention what phone is that. I don't suppose people see.
So this is a Nokia phone.
आज मैं आपकी कैसे मदद कर सकता हूँ?
विक्रम जी, ये बताइए जो AI इम्पैक्ट समिट हो रहा है दिल्ली में, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि ये क्या है एंड क्यों ज़रूरी है?
एक सेकंड रुकिए, मैं चेक करके आपको डिटेल्स बताता हूँ। तो देखिए, ये AI इम्पैक्ट समिट 2026 का सबसे बड़ा इवेंट है, जहाँ भारत के बड़े बिग लीडर्स और स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं। ये इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि इसका फोकस भारत के AI इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने और तकनीक के जिम्मेदार इस्तेमाल पर है। क्या आप इसके बारे में और जानना चाहेंगे?
नहीं विक्रम जी, मेरे को ये बताइए आपका नाम विक्रम क्यों रखा गया है?
देखिए, मेरा नाम विक्रम इसलिए रखा गया है क्योंकि मेरे नाम के पीछे एक प्रेरणा थी। मैं विक्रम साराभाई के नाम पर बना हूँ, जो इंडियन फिजिसिस्ट थे और जिन्हें भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम का पिता माना जाता है। उन्होंने इसरो की बुनियाद रखने में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई थी, तो उनके नाम पर मेरा नाम रखना मेरे लिए सम्मान और प्रेरणा की बात है।
अच्छा, आप विक्रम साराभाई के बारे में कुछ और बता सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ, तो विक्रम साराभाई का जन्म 1919 में हुआ था और वो एक बड़े साइंटिस्ट थे। उन्हें भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम और टेक्नोलॉजी।
आप ये पंजाबी में बोल सकते हैं?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, मैं तुम्हारे नाल पंजाबी विच गल कर सकता हूँ। सो विक्रम साराभाई
Yeah, so this is what the 30B model can do, vernacular, low latency, high performance for a billion Indians. Back to Pratish.
So just to recap, this was a 30 billion parameter model trained from scratch in about 16 trillion tokens, supporting Indian languages with a very, very efficient custom tokenizer we have built. Very significantly small activated parameters makes the cost of inferencing very low, supports state-of-the-art performance on things like browse comp, which is required to search the web and answer questions like this, able to do agentic tasks very well, and on all other things like math and reasoning is very, very efficient at much smaller token budgets, right? So we think of the 30 billion parameter model as the efficient workhorse that will run at scale to power a billion conversations a day. And we're looking forward to deploy that across all the things that we do at Servo. All right, now moving on to the next model that we train, So we trained a 105 billion parameter model. Now, this is also a mixture of experts model. It actually uses 9 billion activated parameters. The ratio of activated parameters is actually larger in this model. But the reason we did that is because it uses efficient mechanisms of what is called MLA to make inferencing more efficient at this size, such that it is roughly about 2 times more expensive than serving compared to the 30 billion parameter model. It has a larger context window of 128,000 tokens, therefore allows you to do more thinking and do more complex tasks. It is on par with most other open models and also with several closed source frontier models of its class. And it is also designed to do complex reasoning tasks very well. I would like to now show you some benchmarks. These are again hard reasoning benchmarks, GPQ at Diamond, AIM at 25, Beyond AIME, HMMT, and MMLU Pro is a knowledge task. And compared to even larger models like the GPT OSS 120B, GLM 4.5 Air, again a larger model, we perform very well across the benchmarks in this particular model. And these are, just to give you a sense, pretty high numbers where you can solve complex tasks with a model at this size. In terms of Indian language performance, you can clearly see that we perform much better than models of from other companies. In fact, even with something like Gemini 2.5 Flash, which is a bigger model, more expensive model, we find that the Indian language performance of this model is even better, right? On live code bench, which is a programming task, we find that we are almost close to the best models out there at the model of this size, enabling this to be used also for software engineering, where you can fix smaller bugs, write smaller pieces of code with this particular model. On browse comp, again, something that we have focused a lot on, which is being able to search the web, we find that the model outperforms other models significantly, and hence will be able to effectively use search in grounding its answers. Right? In terms of agentic tasks where there is tool calling involved, we are able to show that the model actually outperforms different models at its scale compared to how they perform. We would like to welcome Honorable Education Minister to the presence. Thank you, sir. So we find that even on the Tau2 benchmark, we have state-of-the-art numbers at a model of this scale. In fact, I should also mention that while this model is already performing this well and is state-of-the-art at various benchmarks, this model can go even further. And the team has many tricks up its sleeve to improve this model further, and we'll actually come back with much better numbers in perhaps a couple of weeks' time and have this model put out there. Right? So, okay, with that background, I also want to again highlight that at this size, at a 105 billion parameter model, just to put in context what this model can do, this model at this size, on most benchmarks, beats a DeepSeek R1 model released a year ago, right? Which was a 600 billion parameter model. We are today at this size able to do that. Of course, this is the fast evolution that these models are able to go through, but this was a model trained from scratch, 1/6 the size of that model, and today is now providing intelligence which is competitive to what DeepSeek was earlier. In terms of getting a sense of how this model performs, it is cheaper than something like a Gemini Flash, but outperforms it in many benchmarks. Right? With that background, I would like to call Ishan to show us some use cases with it.
So a quick sneak peek into the 105p server model. Okay, so here is an extremely complex task that has a company balance sheet uploaded and needs to do structured analysis. This includes a bunch of code execution where our own model is writing the code, and it is also being executed by our own code interpreter. This includes 2-3 hops, multi-hop reasoning, and as you can see, the data is shown on the left pane, an editable artifact, where it is performing analysis across 3 years of the balance sheet. So you can go ahead and ask whatever questions you want, as long as it has access to that code, it'll just keep doing it. Bringing it down a bunch. Here's a question that a lot of Indians probably have as a fast-growing four-wheeler market. As you can see, this is a thinking model. So it'll think, how do I analyze the user's query? And then it'll search the web as to where can I get this answer? Whatever sources it likes, it can go and get a lot more information from them before summarizing the entire thing. Pause. Okay. Now this is a quick video about, so a bunch of us actually think in our native languages, but we go on. Can someone pause this? Oops. Can you pause this? Yeah. So a lot of us think in our native languages, but we write it in Roman scripts. And hence, here is a student struggling to learn trigonometry and asking about the basics in their own language. As you can see, it writes down everything and puts it down in a nice format in a table. Can you play? And lastly, India is a country of many languages, and we cater to each and every one of them.
बिझनेस आहे. या लेटेस्ट युनियन बजेटचा त्याच्यावर काय परिणाम होईल हे तात्पर्यात सांगा ना.
Here, the model was asked in Marathi to explain the impact of the latest union budget on a textile exporter, and it responded in Marathi, calling out all the benefits that have been given in this budget.
Okay, let me just go through that once more, right? If you can go to the first example, of course, what you're seeing here is our chat application, right? And this chat application will be in your hands soon, like tomorrow, right? But what we are showing here is somebody uploading a CSV file and saying that I need to show me the structure of the data, column name, etc. This guy does not know programming, Python, etc. He's able to do that. On the right side opens what we call an artifact or a document. You can see the data, you can actually edit it, you can actually maybe make something else, make changes, export it, etc. The person goes on to ask, display the recent 3 years side by side. So what is happening here is that the model is not answering this directly. The model is processing the input, processing the data given, writing code, which then runs on the data. And the important part is that the code execution is stateful. So what I do in the first turn of my execution, that same code state is available for subsequent states, for subsequent turns of the conversation. This entire orchestration we have built grounds up, and you'll hear a different team talk about how we have built this particular orchestration engine. But notice that every step of the way here is handled by Sarvam 105. It understands the question, it parses the data, it writes the code, it gets the output, it writes this document. So a model like 105 billion parameter model trained from scratch in India can be a productivity tool for a variety of things India does. I imagine laptops coming with a tool like this, connected to the 105B model, just 9 billion activated parameters, and a bunch of productive tasks happen. The next video, please. In this case, the person asked something in Romanized Hindi. They typed Hindi, but with English alphabets. And the answer comes in the same style. It's, of course, a question about trigonometry, and I have to think a little bit to see if it is all correct, but you are able to get answers. We genuinely believe that for education, this can be a very important tool where students can write about their questions, and because the model is very strong on reasoning, as strong as DeepSeek R1 was the 600 billion parameter model last year, it is quite capable in answering questions end-to-end, both with scientific reasoning, with grounding in terms of knowledge, etc. And the final example, if you can replay that. This was somebody...
टेक्सटाईल एक्सपोर्टचा बिझनेस आहे. या लेटेस्ट युनियन बजेटचा त्याच्यावर काय परिणाम होईल हे तात्पर्यात सांगा ना.
So you can, of course, use voice to write a question, because sometimes people find it hard to type it. And because the model has been trained on trillions of tokens of all Indian languages, it is able to respond back in that particular language, and you can continue the conversation. So that is Sarvam 105B model, a very capable model in terms of reasoning, math, coding, but at the same time, very capable of working with Indian languages. If combined with the agentic orchestration that we will show you, this can become the productivity workhorse for what India will build. That is Sarvam 105B. As I said, the team has a few more tricks up its sleeve, and we will even improve on the benchmarks that we see. We are very clear that we will beat every other model at this model scale in all the benchmarks that matter. Okay, so before I move on, I want to say the following. The 30 billion parameter model, the 105 billion parameter model, and the 3 billion parameter model, which I showed earlier for vision, they were all trained with the compute that we got access to from IndiaAI as part of the mission, IndiaAI Mission. We are grateful to our partners in Yotta, who provided the compute. We are grateful to our partners in NVIDIA, who have worked with us as if they were part of our team and really made this 0 to 1 journey. It is hard to appreciate how many challenges come in a 0 to 1 journey where you're creating trillions of tokens, training models of this size, getting infrastructure up and making it reliable, and all of that difficulty we went through. But I think it was a superb learning experience. We just know exactly what problems to solve going ahead, and we'll focus on them. But to ensure that everybody else can leverage what we build, we will open source 30 billion and 105 billion parameter models. We would genuinely like to make this a community effort where people are using these models, are able to build agentic applications for their own apps, able to build conversational experiences with this, and we take that feedback and keep improving it. As I said, it's very, very small models for perception, small models for real-time conversations, and larger models for productivity. The journey does not stop here, though, for models. Of course, one can build even larger models. One can build a trillion parameter model. One can build, from all likelihood, the largest models out there are multi-trillion parameter models. We want to be mindful in how we do the scaling. We don't want to do the scaling mindlessly. We want to understand the tasks which really matter at scale and go and build for it. We are deeply committed to figuring out how we can have an Indian alternative to coding models out there. We are working on it, and we will have something on that soon. But we want to be very mindful of what we do with model scaling. We want to figure out ways to make these models available at scale and use that to improve their accuracy. So that's models for all of you. OK, so that was models. But all these models need to be working with applications. And it is these applications that provide us the clarity, the insight about what to make these models good on. And that is where we have focused quite a bit on applications. And I'm delighted to let the different teams that have built these applications present them to you. The first one is Sarvam for conversations. Conversations, voice AI, I think, has graduated from being a product, a platform, to actually being infrastructure. Just like we think of HTTPS protocol as infrastructure and we build on top of it, we should be thinking about voice AI as general infrastructure, on top of which people can build a variety of experiences. And towards that, we have taken a very strong step with Sarvam for Conversations, for which I would like to invite Meenakshi and Shubham to present it.
Hey, hello, I'm Shubham.
Hello, I'm Meenakshi.
India is a diverse and vast country. I'm sure you're well familiar. Coast pe zuban, jazbaat, sab badal jata hai. And we are a voice country, where voice is not just the UI of AI, but it's also the UI of AI. And I'm sure you would have understood that conversations in India can probably start with somebody yelling in the background, a baby crying in a traffic jam, and still the conversation can end with, "Haan, theek hai, kar do," right? This is where autonomy is stress tested. This is the stress test of AI. And building any conversational agent that does any work for you is not a demo sport. I'm sure a bunch of you would have seen some demos, built some POCs, tried out yourself. It's a deployment sport. It's a contact sport. It's hard. And the difference between a drop-off and trust is one word: empathy. The difference between something being fully in control, something going off the rails, is governance. Who can access it? Did somebody really access it? Where do I see all of this data? These are the problems that need to be solved for conversational AI to be truly real for India. So with this in mind, we built out the Samvad platform with the goal of making every conversational truly personalized to the billionth Indian absolutely reliably. And I'm sure a bunch of these things, I'm sure you would have seen. Let me take a deep breath and show you around. With Samvad, you can actually build out a human-like, natural conversational agent that can speak the language that India speaks in 22 scheduled languages of India, deeply embedded in the organizational fabric of any organization, is something that comes naturally, comes built in, not bolt on. This is also something where that understands where and when a citizen, a customer, a partner lives in the context of your organization. With this, we built out Samvad to be fully in-house, the full stack of AI that uses the state-of-the-art models, Saras, Bulbul, and the sovereign models that you just heard of, to have that deep sense of control that every organization needs to deliver that truly personalized conversations. And Samvad would allow you to scale elastically to whatever your organization demands. It is built with fundamental principles of self-improvement in a truly governed system with Indian unit economics truly at heart. And enough of speaking, I'll probably let a demo do the talking. And this will probably be relevant to somebody who's much like you, high productivity.
Hey Siri, call Swiggy Instamart, please.
Calling Swiggy Instamart Mobile.
नमस्ते, मैं इंस्टामार्ट से श्रेया बात कर रही हूँ। आज मैं आपकी क्या मदद कर सकती हूँ?
जी मैं घर पे एक पार्टी होस्ट कर रहा था 3-4 लोगों के लिए, तो कुछ सामान मंगाना था।
ठीक है, सबसे पहले क्या आप अपना डिलीवरी एड्रेस कंफर्म कर सकते हैं?
जी हाँ, जो मेरे घर का एड्रेस है ना, वही।
ठीक है, आपका घर का पता कंफर्म हो गया है। बताइए आपको क्या क्या चाहिए?
पहले तो 3 पैकेट कुरकुरे, 4 पैकेट लेज और 2 पैकेट नाचोस भी कर दो, और नाचोस कर रहा हूँ तो सालसा डिप भी कर दो।
ठीक है, मैंने आपके कार्ट में 3 पैकेट कुरकुरे, 4 पैकेट लेस, 2 पैकेट नाचोस और सालसा डिप ऐड कर दिया है। और कुछ चाहिए?
जी अभी के लिए तो याद नहीं आ रहा कुछ और।
कोई बात नहीं, मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि कभी कभी चीजें भूल जाते हैं। एक प्रो टिप दूं, अक्सर लोग स्नैक्स के साथ कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेना भूल जाते हैं। क्या आप कुछ कोल्ड ड्रिंक भी ऐड करना चाहेंगे?
हाँ यार, ये तो भूल ही गया था। एक 2.5 लीटर वाली कोक की बॉटल भी डाल दो।
डोंट वरी, मैंने आपके कार्ट में 2.5 लीटर कोक बॉटल भी ऐड कर दी है। तो अब आपके कार्ट में है 3 पैकेट कुरकुरे, 4 पैकेट लेस, 2 पैकेट नाचोस, 1 सालसा डिप और 1 कोक की 2.5 लीटर बॉटल। आपका टोटल बिल 380 रुपए होगा। क्या आप ऑर्डर कंफर्म करना चाहेंगे?
हाँ जल्दी से कर दो।
ठीक है, आपका ऑर्डर प्लेस हो गया है और कुछ ही देर में आप तक पहुंच जाएगा। इंस्टामार्ट इस्तेमाल करने के लिए धन्यवाद। आपसे बात करके अच्छा लगा।
Now let me welcome Meenakshi to share a little bit more about how these truly empathetic agents come in action.
Thanks, Shubham. So I'll take you through behind the scenes on what makes conversational agents reliable and scalable. Firstly, we'll start about what does it mean to build an agent. Whether you're automating a high volume customer support desk or a sophisticated sales engine, what you would need is low development time in order to develop your agent. In Samvad, we offer a co-pilot where you can provide natural language intent on what your agent is supposed to do, and that converts into agent SOP with guardrails. And the agent is production grade from the get-go. We also offer features where you can configure the language colloquialism. What this enables you is that you can customize it and suit it for a Gen Z in Pune or a farmer in Peepli, all for the same agent. Agents can be equipped with MCPs, tools, and knowledge bases to ground the context based on your organizational data. Now that you've built an agent, how will you deploy it? How do you know it is ready to face the world? Thousands of user personas can be simulated with Samvad, where you're going over conversations even before a live user call is placed. This helps you to identify any issues which can be related to anomalous behavior or edge cases and resolve it even before you get to production from day one. The next thing that we deeply care about is, at scale, how do you ensure that the agent caters to every user's needs and preferences? Samvad powers a hyper-personalized customer journey multi-agent orchestration which spans across multiple days, multiple channels. And the way we do is long-running persistent memory which has a shared context across channels. Okay, now that you've deployed at scale, you're looking at interactions, but then millions of users are interacting with your agents, and manual quality checks is absolutely impossible. Samvad solves for this by converting the unstructured conversation to structured signals, which will help you to do self-evaluation of agents. The way it does this is, whenever the instructions are leading to spurious behavior or caused customer frustration, those agent instructions are improved over time. What this helps you with is, the agent is not only consistent, but it gets smarter, better, and more cost efficient based on the data as a flywheel. Well, talk is cheap, so let's just go to the numbers. I'm very happy to say that Samvad offers sub-second latency, and because of this, our customers are able to go live within a day, and we are already powering 100 million interactions, and the customers are also able to realize 10x ROI. In fact, the demos that you've seen today are all powered by Samvad, and we are using the underlying state-of-the-art models, Saras, Bulbul, and our sovereign LLMs. With this, I'll hand it over to Shubham.
Yeah, I'd like to share some more numbers. So thanks to your technology that you've been cooking for a while now, we've actually grown 3 times every quarter, and we've crossed 1 million interactions per day. We actually hit 2 million a couple of days ago as well. And that, I think, is truly called exponential scale, and that is what we really like to take pride in building for population scale solutions as well. So what I think is important is that this technology, I think, is fundamental to engaging customers, to engaging farmers, patients, citizens, partners at population scale in manners, form factors, and surface areas that India really speaks about, that India thinks about, that India regulates, in form factors that India scales, and in manners that India actually pays as well. With that, I'd like to take leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me put it in perspective of how I see it, right? People talk about India being a low ARPU country, India not having demand for AI, etc. We started off as a frontier model building company. That is today marks an important inflection point for that. We have shown that we can build the state-of-the-art models. But meanwhile, we also took upon ourselves to build a product that can truly scale. And I think that product that will scale to 1 billion people in India is Samvad. Voice infrastructure that you can scale today to any language across the country. The team showed a chart which had 1 million there. That is the 1 million minutes of calls every day on the platform, right? So it's 1 million minutes of calls every day. In fact, since the chart was built, I think 2 weeks back, we are at 2 million today, right? 2 million minutes of calls every day. If I were to think about providing a tutor to every child, providing healthcare access to every person, providing advice in agriculture, advice in, let's say, legal matters, anything that you can imagine, I think voice will be the medium we will deploy it. And I can imagine the Samvad team, which is cranking up and up, may reach 100 million minutes a day by the end of the year. That is the real potential of population scale AI. And this is all happening with our models running on GPUs that we control, so the entire infrastructure remains both secure and low latency. I'm genuinely enthused by where we can reach with Samvad. Just like we had conversations, which is external facing, which needs to be low latency, which needs to be small, efficient. The dual to that is productivity. You want to be able to run inside your organization large models to be able to do complex things, but do them reliably, do them repeatedly, and do them efficiently. For that, we have an entire vertical that we have created at Sarvam out of experience of stuff that we did with the armed forces, experience of the stuff that we did with Niti Aayog. We have now created a vertical on Sarvam for work, for which I would like to invite Vedant and Harshad to talk to you about.
Hello, everyone. As we know, AI is now moving from chat to real work. It is touching your internal systems, moving money, talking to your customers, and representing your brand. But even so, enterprises, after investing lots of money in pilots, are not able to see needle-moving impact of AI in production. Let me take an example to explain this better. Take any fintech or consumer internet company, right? They run multiple campaigns to acquire customers, retain customers. This is their day in, day out job, right? For this task, they come up with new campaigns every day. This requires collaboration between 4 different teams, interacting with 7 different internal tools. This process roughly takes 2 weeks and still is very, very error prone, right? Naturally, given the high value and high frequency nature of this problem, a fintech or a consumer internet company would want to use AI to solve this better. The first demo is built very quickly. It takes a week. It is 80% there. But when you connect it to real data, you start finding that it starts hallucinating, right? You start finding it on day 3 when the wrong email has gone out to customers. Then what does the developer do? He changes the prompt, hopes that it will get fixed. But something else breaks in production. What does the developer do next? Maybe changes the model, puts a bigger model after this, maybe adds a retry loop, and what he sees is the same user is getting multiple emails, or worse, multiple rewards. Why is this happening? Models are not the problem. Models are already better than most developers out there, winning gold medals in maths Olympiads. It is the system around the model. There is no way today to control how AI is behaving in production. Let us double click on that, right? AI is fundamentally probabilistic. When you ask the same question twice, it can do something else. It may stop midway without any reason, right? And the only lever this developer has to make AI work in production is prompting and praying, right? This AI, which is super probabilistic, has to work with your enterprise setting, which is very rigid and very brittle. Your enterprise setting is full of workflows and processes which can't change, data which is in different silos, schemas that don't talk to each other, and unless there is a marriage between this probabilistic AI and your enterprise setting, you will not be able to see value in production. This is the reason why most demos today are narrow, constrained toy demos, and nothing real value of production is being shipped, right? To fundamentally make it work, developers have to write a lot of plumbing to make this marriage of probabilistic AI and this messy, rigid enterprise context. They have to write a lot of plumbing. They have to figure out how to control this AI, how to log its actions. And this is plumbing that every developer across every team in the world is writing. This was the same problem in 1970s, before the operating systems existed. Later, operating systems like Linux, Windows, they abstracted out these problems so that developers can just focus on building and solving business problems. We think that moment of AI is here now. We need this operating system of AI to make it work reliably in production. And for that, I would like to invite Harshad, who has built this system, designed the system from ground up, to talk more about how we have designed it.
Thanks, Vedant. So if AI is going to move from experimentation to infrastructure, it needs to run with the same reliability and auditability guarantees as other mission-critical systems. So we built ARIA around, so we have a strong opinion of what those guarantees should be, and they are that it should be composable, it should be declarative, and it should be controllable. So illustrate these points, we are showing an illustration of some work we did with a large logistics company where we ingested a very hairy corpus of multimodal data and then told the system to go and explore the data and come up with some novel insights and structure. And that was it. Everything else that you see, it is executing on its own. So what you see is the system decomposing the prompt into several modality-specific workflows, drilling down when necessary, and aggregating these results to form a coherent answer. And the answer that comes is not pre-scripted in any particular way. It is an emergent property of how the system is designed. So to get to these, we have three basic ideas. First idea is that the system should be composable. So what it means is that every component over here is built from a small finite set of primitives, and complex behavior comes from how they are combined. So the analogy is to, let's say, an automobile manufacturer where the factory doesn't rebuild the assembly line for every product. It uses fixed parts and fixed stations. And the separation of concern brings the Unix philosophy back into the agentic world and where allows scale to emerge from composition rather than through complexity. The second major idea is declarative. So you specify the objectives and the constraints, and the system figures out how to actually execute them. And this is similar to hiring a good engineer, where you give the task and the boundaries, and let the engineer execute. In our case, ARIA abstracts out all of the machinery underneath for persistence, telemetry, replay, checkpointing, failure handling, etc. All of the hard problems in distributed systems, and lets you focus on intent rather than on the machinery. So third idea is controllability, where enterprise systems cannot rely on improvisation. There has to be some notion of what can happen and under what conditions. So ARIA executes inside a graph where we provide checkpoints and rollback behavior when checkpoints and rollback behavior. So what results is not a demo that runs once or runs stochastically. It's an infrastructure that scales across use cases.
Okay, slightly different, I suppose. You heard a lot of text. Let me frame this how I see it. Right, the models are getting better and better, but you might have heard the MIT report that 90% of AI things fail. And I think what is missing is a systems engineering view of how models are embedded in what else there is. Right, and Harshad is our systems engineer who has been thinking deeply about it and looking at building agents which, as he said, can be declaratively written, can be composed with very few primitives, can have concurrency guarantees, can have guarantees on the schema of the data that agents write to each other, and thereby we are able to build agents that are far more reliable. An important distinction is the building of the agent and the execution of the agent. Our view is we should use frontier models to build agents, and then once they are built, proven to be accurate as per our requirements, run them with much smaller models. We've been able to show you can take standard tasks and make 10 times more efficient while actually increasing the accuracy. This is an early product, but this is something that we are very excited to bring to enterprises. In fact, even ARIA, the way it has been designed with systems principles, we would like to open source and then let people contribute on how an infrastructure can be built for reliable orchestration of models. So that is Sarvam for work. I would now like to move on to the next topic, which is Sarvam for content. Just to put you in context, we had Sarvam for conversations, which is for having empathetic conversations with your customers, Sarvam for work internally, and Sarvam for content, for which I'd like to call Arijit and Krishna back onto the stage. Please applause for the folks coming in.
So knowledge and content in general has gone through a tremendous evolution over the last century. What started off with the invention of the printing press, then onto the radio, then television, and now the internet, has quickly evolved content into various formats, such as audios, videos, and texts. Now, imagine a world where I, a native Tamil speaker, can read a poem by Rabindranath Tagore in my language. And similarly, think of a complex mathematical formula and an explanation and a proof written by Ramanujan in Hindi. How would we do that today? Today, there is no easy means to achieve that outcome. With Sarvam for content, we make all of that possible. Firstly, we focus on document digitization, where with high accuracy, we digitize all the content in the native language. Then we move on to document translation, which retains the linguistic complexities of the original natively written document. And then also we focus on AI for dubbing. Now, on the document digitization side, we have built a platform as part of this stream, which achieves SOTA accuracy using Sarvam Vision, our in-house OCR model.
A culture is preserved only when people can read, debate, and build upon its ideas. When literature circulates, when it inspires new writing, new thinking, and new creativity. The result was about 90% accuracy. That may sound good until you realize it means nearly 1 error per line. My name is Raj Mashwala, and I'm a co-founder of an NGO called the Ekatra Foundation. Ekatra partnered with several large technology companies to build unique OCR systems. Very quickly, though, we ran into hard realities. That is when we partnered with Sauram. The technical solution is a pipeline of specialized models. First, the system understands the structure. Then it recognizes the text within each block in context. It also provides a workbench where proofreaders can give high-level agentic instructions instead of correcting every single character. We have moved from 1 error per line to 1 error every 10 pages for mainstream books. But the progress will never stop. We have reached a level of accuracy in both character recognition and layout detection that makes large-scale processing practical and affordable. With Sarvam's OCR AI, we are no longer just preserving literature. We are returning it to the people. Readable, searchable, and alive.
And for the document translation and dubbing, Arijit, take over, please.
Thanks, Krishna. So we saw how document digitization. Let's see, like, when it comes to translation, the traditional translation is slow, it's painful, it goes to translators who edits line by line, come back in weeks or months, and the overall process is pretty tedious. Let's see how we are solving that with Sarvam document translation. So not just translation of the content, but the contextual nuances, the terminologies, the layouts, all of it is preserved on the studio with option for publishers, editors to go over the content, proofread it, give it their own writing style, and make these documents published ready within days, not months, right? So we spoke about document. Let's talk about the form of content that is mostly consumed, right? Indians consume over millions of hours of videos every year, but the gap is that most of these content are in one language, right? So with Saber, let's, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's see how Sarvam transforms the video content into multiple languages with the dubbing platform. So with Sarvam for content, we are transforming and reaching millions of Indians in their own language. So every piece of content in every Indian's language within hours, not weeks. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So we showed you a variety of applications for conversations, for work, and for content. And all of these are built on the models that we have showed you. But we are excited to be building this layer and interacting more with developers and companies across the board. The final thing that is required to make the sovereign AI stack come together is infrastructure, which is being able to train these models, being able to serve these models efficiently. And there we have been focusing on variety of things. And we would quickly run you through what some of the things that we are doing. One of them is to focus on edge models. And I would now like to invite Tushar to talk about it. We can keep it a little brief given that we are running out of time.
Hi, folks. Let's talk about something that's literally cutting edge. When it comes to scaling AI in India, there are three key challenges. Training and serving models is costly because cloud is expensive. You need access to 24/7 internet, which is difficult if you're in a remote part of the country. And your data is leaving the user's personal sovereign boundary, which makes it risky if you're dealing with sensitive data. Edge is our attempt at solving some of these challenges. At Sarvam, we believe in frugal innovation, which led us to develop models which are small, so they occupy MBs of space rather than GBs. Models that are efficient, so they can easily run on your CPU or NPU, which is part of almost every smartphone today. And because these models are small and so efficient, you can run these models completely offline, and your personal data never leaves the phone. All of this without compromising on model accuracy. Now, why is this important? We want, through Edge AI, we want to bring intelligence to every phone, every laptop, every car, and even new types of devices in the country. We believe that with Edge, we can make existing devices smarter and reimagine how humans interact with technology so that you can have new types of devices which have never been conceptualized before. Now let's see a demo in action. Imagine you're in a remote part of the country, you don't have internet, and you don't speak the local language, but you want to hail a cab. Sarvam Edge can come to your rescue.
अरे जलजीत, सोचो अगर भारत के दो अलग कोनों के लोग ऐसे बात कर सकें जैसे पड़ोसी हों, ये अब हमारी ऐप करती है.
ഇന്ത്യയിലെ രണ്ട് വ്യത്യസ്ത കർത്തവ്യക്കാരായ ആളുകൾക്ക് അയൽക്കാരെ പോലെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ കഴിയുമെങ്കിൽ അത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ആപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നു.
ശരിയാണ് പ്രതീക്, താങ്കൾ ഹിന്ദിയിൽ സംസാരിക്കുന്നു, ഞാൻ മലയാളത്തിലും. എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പരസ്പരം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നു.
विशेष बात है, आप हिंदी में भी बोल रहे हैं, मलयालम में भी, फिर भी हम एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं, समझ में आ रहा है.
So these are models completely running on device, allowing you to seamlessly interact with someone who doesn't speak your language. Now, we realize that we cannot do all of this on our own. So to bring AI to you, we are fortunate to partner with 3 leading companies who've enabled us to bring AI to your hands. First, I'm proud to announce a partnership with Qualcomm, where we've optimized our edge models on Qualcomm chipsets, allowing us to be in almost every device around you. Let's see how this works.
Namaste. We're very excited to be here and represent Qualcomm.
Edge AI matters to India because AI must work at population scale. Cloud alone cannot serve all the needs in India. Hence, running AI on the device enables a set of use cases, especially for India, in our own Indian languages and dialects. Qualcomm and Sarvam have a very simple objective: to bring Edge AI to every Indian without barriers.
So all of us have tried AI on smartphones and laptops, right? But we want to go beyond that. This brings me to my second announcement. We are very proud to partner with Bosch to bring AI to vehicles all across the globe. Let's see what Mr. Mohan from Bosch has to say.
क्या हम घर तक पहुंच जाएंगे या हमें कहीं रुकना चाहिए?
अगर हम पावर सेवर में ही रहे तो आराम से पहुंच सकते हैं। क्या मैं पावर सेवर मोड ऑन कर दूं?
हाँ, वैसे इस गाड़ी का मेंटेनेंस करे काफ़ी टाइम हो गया है। पिछली सर्विसिंग कब की थी?
आपका लास्ट मेंटेनेंस मार्च 2025 में हुआ था और तब से आपके 50,000 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा हो गए हैं। क्या मैं अपॉइंटमेंट शेड्यूल कर दूं?
इस वीकेंड को सुबह घर के पास के सेंटर में कोई स्लॉट बुक कर दो।
ज़रूर, मैंने संडे सुबह की अपॉइंटमेंट बुक कर दी है।
Hello, welcome and namaste. I'm happy to announce our partnership for innovations with Sarvam.ai, who bring sovereign.
So far, we've discussed about bringing AI to existing devices. We thought, why not try to imagine a new device powered by AI? In India, about 10% of the population still uses feature phones, and hence they cannot access generative AI. We decided to partner with Nokia HMD to bring India's first AI-powered feature phone so that we can get AI to the last mile Indian. Let's see what Mr. Ravi from Nokia HMD has to say.
नमस्ते ओम प्रकाश जी, आपके एरिया में पीला रतुआ के शुरुआती लक्षण देखे गए हैं। आपने गेहूं की बुवाई की है, इसलिए कल सुबह धूप निकलते ही खेत का चक्कर जरूर लगाइए। अगर पत्तों पर पीला पाउडर दिखे तो तुरंत प्रोपिकोनाजोल का स्प्रे करें।
With just one button and one voice, people can now access information, services, local markets, government schemes and support in their own language. Our partnership with Sarvam is about putting useful intelligence into everyday life. We plan to bring these experiences across portfolio of our Nokia feature phones and HMD phones, reaching millions of users across India.
Thank you so much.
Cool. So there is a lot of research and development that goes into this. The models need to be made smaller, but at the same time, they need to retain the fidelity. There's a lot of work that goes into optimizing it for a particular form factor. Again, it's a hard problem, but a problem that needs to be solved to scale AI in India. I would now show you something little cooler because it's actually here. I would like to invite Pawan to come on stage, please. Pawan, please. Yeah. Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Pratyush. Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us on this special day. You've seen all our wonderful speakers talking. I wish you had this special device with you because it would have broken down all the technical challenges that the company has been trying to crack on in a very simple Hamari Bhasha mein. That's because the products that we've committed ourselves to build are fully developed, designed, thought of, developed for a billion of us. I want to leave you with two key challenges that we decided to take upon. The first one was to make sure that we stand for trust. our Honorable Technology Minister made this statement saying that all 5 stacks of AI are fully developed here in India, and we stay true to that commitment. It's sovereign at every layer. The products that we are talking about will be designed and will be soon in production in factories near you, and with use cases for 1 billion voices. And you know what is very interesting is, as I was listening to all the speakers and Pratyush, I wanted to make this appeal. Please talk to us. Talk to us in Marathi, Gujarati, Assamese, because now we can. Tell us what you want. Tell us the kind of products you want. While today we will let you know of 2 very interesting products that we bring for you, I think soon enough we'll play a small AV, but the fact that with Sarvam, we can. You can talk to us with your emotion, your language, and it will all come to us, and it will help us to create bigger journeys, more emotional journeys for you. These products are designed for everyone from every part of the world, thinking about security, thinking about our defense forces, thinking about our farmers, but also thinking about all of us, because we in India, we don't necessarily work out of our offices, in fancy glasses and air conditioned. We are always on the move. And these are the smaller nuances that we picked up to design our product. In fact, what you see, what I'm doing right now, is I'm capturing those emotions with all of you right now with the product that I'm wearing. So these are no more concepts. These are products that we have. I'm wearing one. I have this ring, which is a healthcare ring, and it's also controlling all my devices, controlling my phone, it's controlling my eyewear that I'm wearing. And it's captured this whole moment. And maybe I can show you as we go along. So this entire conversation has been captured. It's now processing, it will analyze, and it will create a beautiful summary in the language in which it has been spoken. And you can then ask these summaries to be documented. Now think of these as we go to work, as we go for our sales journeys, how all this information is captured and help us to create deeper analytics. That's the story for today. Let me ask someone to play the AV for you so you get a better experience of these products.
So I think it's, I think it's good to show the device itself.
Yeah.
So, this is Sarvam Kaze. Mic, please.
Yeah.
This is Sarvam Kaze. Maybe you can take a close-up of the device itself, how it looks. And yeah, I can take the mic.
Yeah. So now you can see that our conversation is nicely summarized. It's in an audio file, and it's been processed.
Great. No, I would like to say a little bit more about this particular point, right? So I think Pawan showed the stack. We need sovereignty at all layers. And the device is a layer which is where the experience of these models comes through. We're delighted to be working together and building the first smart glass designed and manufactured in India and coming with models built in India. And unlike maybe the glasses that have been around for a couple of years, which can, you can talk to them, you can call a particular company's AI, this is actually a builder's device. You can build with the Sarvam platform different agents and then deploy it here. What Pawan showed you now is what you can do when a salesman goes and talks to another person. You can record the conversation, summarize it, get insights. But a variety of things could be done. Imagine law and order, imagine feet on the ground, imagine gig workers, imagine people on the move using this. We are delighted to bring this to you this May, all built in India. Thank you, Pawan.
Thank you, Pratyush.
All right. So I think we would like to a little bit speed up because we want to show you a little bit more. There is an aspect of being able to serve the infrastructure, the models that we need to run all this stuff with, and there is extremely complex software that goes on top of hardware of accelerated compute to make that happen. And we have been working deeply at how do you create that software layer so that capacity requirements can be met. We have worked with NVIDIA very closely to build a system called Prava, by which we are able to create a token factory. Really, AI requires factories, and these tokens need to be manufactured with the precision, the efficiency that which factories work with. We've built technology whereby you can have GPUs in multiple data centers, and they can all be aggregated to serve models. We believe this is the single most important problem to solve to actually make AI like UPI. AI that is available to everybody at a fraction of a cost. And we are delighted to be working with NVIDIA and taking this forward and having India's first at-scale token factory with a variety of our models and open models available to all. Right? I will just skip through some of the aspects of this and then quickly move into a couple of places where we are creating impact. So we have showed you the models we have built, the applications we have built, but another important place is where are we creating impact? And there are three broad areas we are creating impact. The first one is for developers. I would like to invite Sahaj to please come over. We'll be super brief because we're running out of time, just the essential parts, and also money from the other side. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. Incredible show of models today, right? Bulbul, Saras, Vision, Dub. It's just very, very hard to pick a favorite one. But my favorite has been taking the dub video, going to our dashboard, making a video of dubbing of me in Telugu, getting it to Punjabi, showing it to a mom, and seeing a spark in her eyes. And today, we want to talk a little bit about the spark, the ideas, possibilities, and inspiration, and how we can extend that spark to millions of developers in India. India is home to 15 million plus developers. We're the fastest growing community of developers in the world. This isn't just scale, it's momentum. Building is happening in India, and a lot more of it is AI native. And at Sarvam, builders and developers have been at the heart of everything that we do. OpenHati, Sarvam 1, Sarvam M, all have been open sourced, and a lot of developers have tried fine-tuning it, building applications on top of it, etc. We have also launched our API platform that has scaled to hundreds and thousands of developers, and many people have built some very cool applications. Today, we want to talk a little bit about our belief of developers, what developers are building, the impact that we're creating, and what next.
To me, what's been the most interesting point about the model APIs is that just within a few weeks of launching, we had thousands of developers already trying it from all over the country. And even more remarkable was the fact that we had a very good distribution of individual developers, startups, and enterprises come up. The other thing to also highlight, which the trend will show you, is that our growth for the model APIs has been very consistent and very rapid. Given this sort of signals to us that within India, within the developer ecosystem in India, there is a certain hunger. There is a hunger to build, to innovate, and to deploy. And as Sarvam, it is our responsibility to give them the tools to do this. With Saras V3, with Bulbul V3, with Sarvam Vision, we have done this to a good extent, wherein our usage has gone up by approximately 10 times. Furthermore, moving on from the numbers, right, the idea becomes that what are people actually building, right? We have a very budding ecosystem wherein we have folks such as Ashraf or Jay Gala who have created some very cool applications wherein, let's take English language learning, right? Folks may need confidence in terms of learning English to, let's say, apply for a job, give a particular exam. Or on the other hand, you may need healthcare assistance to understand or diagnose particular symptoms where doctors are less accessible, less affordable, and so on. Again, the ecosystem is very broad. These are specific examples of instances where there has been cool applications developed, but over the past year, we have had a lot of love and support from the community, which extends to multiple developers to the extent that we have over 3 lakh developers using the model APIs as of today. Again, beyond the developers, we also have a lot of enterprise software engineers, developers building for their larger organizations and larger use cases. Without speaking too much about it, I will let, okay. Yeah, there should be a video playing at this point.
At Eternal, the home to brands like Zomato, Blinkit, District, and Nugget, we aren't just building for the urban elite, we are building for the entire nation. And that's why Servum's focus on Indic languages has been such a game changer for us. We have been piloting with their new ASR and TTS models, and the results have been quite encouraging. We are seeing voice interactions that feel natural and sound accurate even in the long tail of regional languages. I'm looking forward to seeing where this partnership takes.
इंडिया का फर्स्ट सॉवरेन लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल सर्वम ने क्रिएट किया है, इसके लिए आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई. इट वॉज मच नीडेड. विशिंग यू ऑल द बेस्ट इन दिस जर्नी. वी विल एक्सप्लोर सिनर्जीज एंड पार्टनरशिप अहेड विद यू. थैंक यू सो मच.
At Policy Bazaar, we have been using AI for the last 3-4 years. We have been building a lot of in-house capability because we see the impact that voice can have on the Indian consumer and in buying insurance. Insurance is a complex product, and I think consumers will find it easier to understand on using voice rather than in any other way of search. We look forward to the work that Sarvam has been doing.
Hey, I want to talk a little bit about the belief that we have for developers. Keep it very quick. One, we want to meet developers where you already are. So if you're building applications in India, we are available on APIs, SDKs for JavaScript and Python. We also have integrations with LiveKit and Pipecat if you're building voice applications. Second, the control stays in your hand. We provide a lot of parameters, steerability for the models that we have. Each use case is different, and we want to put control in the hands of developers. Parameters, everything that's available. Third, we want to make it super easy for you to get started. So with a free private generous program, you're able to get about 33 hours of ASR, 7 hours of TTS, playgrounds and everything available, and MCP support for you to build very, very fast. And last, I think we're very enterprise grade in the way that we deploy things. So all of your data never gets used in training, very high uptime, reliability, and scalability. Okay, now I just want to touch on a little bit more about extending the belief in developers beyond the APIs and models and how we want to founders early. We are founders at heart, we are backers, developers, and we want to make sure that we are providing the right platform for people to have a head start. And so when we are discussing, I think Pratyush and Vivek have come up with the idea of how we can enable a startup program that can enable developers to get started very, very fast. And so I went to Pratyush and I said, hey Pratyush, how about we announce 1 lakh in startup credits for developers? Pratyush looked at me and said, thoda aur karte hai. I said 5 lakhs. He said, maybe thoda aur. I said 10 lakhs. Then I went to Vivek, and Vivek said, maybe we can do a little bit more. I said, do you have 50 lakhs in mind? No, he said, a little bit more. I said, do you have 1 crore in mind? And I was about to enter 1 crore on the slide. Both of them looked at me and said, Mani, I think we should do a little bit higher. So today we're very happy to announce about 10 crores in credits for startups to be building on our platform. So this is specifically applicable for startups and early builders who are building for India and on impact use cases. Select startups can apply at sarvam.ai/startup credits. Every startup is eligible to get up to 3 to 10 lakhs in credits, high rate limits in compute, and support from engineering team. You'll hear more about this soon.
And folks, that's not all. Given all the love and support that we have got for Bulbul V3 and Sarvam Vision, we have made sure that for the rest of this month, both those models are going to be available at absolutely no cost. So please feel free to try them, build cool applications with them, and scale them up. Furthermore, for the rest of this month, for every credit that you purchase, we will back it up with an additional credit. So you will receive twice the value on any purchases that you make. So folks, this is the time to build. This is the time to innovate. Use the Sarvam APIs, and with the incoming sovereign models, the opportunities are endless. Thank you so much. Over to Pratyush.
Looking forward to what India will build with all the different tools. In fact, it is very gratifying to see people come back. I was today in an interview in a TV program, and the person who was a media person there said, actually, I've used your models for doing something, right? So I think the diffusion of the technology, once it is easy to consume, becomes very interesting. We would now like to talk about enterprise, and to do that, I'd like to call upon Shruti. Claps, please.
Thank you, everyone. You've heard from our wonderful models and products team so far. We do an equally rigorous job when it comes to taking this technology into the hands of our customers and partners, and that's where I come in. I would love to talk about how deeply we are engaged with our customers, our partners, several of whom are in the room today, and we are very grateful to them for joining us. I will talk a little bit more about the Sarvam Enterprise Playbook and how we approach these engagements to make ourselves from builders of AI to going and reaching out to the consumers of AI and ensuring that AI reaches the entire population of India. So let me start with one of our early engagements. And again, this takes me back to almost a year ago, when we got a phone call saying that we want to do policy renewals for 5 crore people in just 10 days. We had never hit that kind of scale before, but this is not the kind of customer you say a no to or an opportunity you say a no to. So again, the stellar team here, we worked midnights, we burned weekends, but we delivered. And it's experiences like these and opportunities like these that customers have given us which have allowed us to hit this milestone today. So again, very, very grateful to all the support from the ecosystem. We often hear metrics like 95% of all pilots fail. Enterprises are stuck in a pilot purgatory, right? But we don't believe in that at Sarvam. We've learned from our experiences to now perfect what we call the Sarvam Enterprise Playbook. You have already experienced our product stack. Building on top of this stack allows us to undertake very complex applications for enterprises. You've seen voice applications en masse in the market today, but the world of AI doesn't end there. It barely starts. And that's where we have already stepped into, right? Across an organization, starting from sales to onboarding to back office operations, compliance, across diverse industries, we've taken some of the most complicated use cases possible. And using our stacks of Sarvam for conversations, Sarvam for work, and Sarvam for content allows us to take any use case an organization has and automate that with AI. We truly are the providers of end-to-end AI transformation. And again, very grateful to our customers for giving us that kind of platform to deliver results at this scale. The second secret sauce of the way Sarvam works is in how deeply we engage with our customers, where our forward deploy team comes into the picture. A forward deploy team is a new concept within engineering which has recently come about in the age of AI. Think of them as hybrids of business consultants and technical implementation partners. What a forward deploy team does cannot be summarized in words, right? To take a pilot into production, tech can only take you to the first 90%. The final 10% is what makes the difference between a pilot to production, and that is where people come in. You need all kinds of things to be aligned, you need things to be tested, you need things to be scaled, and that's where this forward deploy team plays a very major role. Think of them as your tech and business consultants all rolled into one team. We work at very high speeds, of course, nights and weekends included, but that said, we are able to undertake very complex projects, not in months, not in weeks, but in a matter of days. And we don't work as vendors to our customers, we work as thought partners. And again, we are grateful for the kind of stage that our partners have provided us. These are some of the pictures of our forward deployed team in action. I think all projects start like the first three and end like the fourth picture. I'm also very proud to say that 9 out of every 10 pilots we undertake move into production at scale, really driving business ROI. We work deeply across the enterprise segment in India, very deeply embedded in the banking and financial services space, also working with a lot of tech and digital natives, a lot of whom would be here in the room today, and again would be very happy to engage with anybody who wants to work with Sarvam. The last thing we are very benchmarked about is having measurable outcomes. We often don't take up use cases where we feel it will not really result in an ROI for the customer. Here are some of the examples of the benefits we've driven. We worked with a gig work platform to drive activations for their delivery partners via voice AI, and it drove an almost 2x revenue in their peak season. And these are all real use cases. We worked with a top 10 NBFC in India to reduce their customer acquisition cost by 50% by using a combination of WhatsApp and voice together. We are working with a 5% higher customer engagement as compared to a human contact center by using an orchestration of the Arya platform that you saw earlier today, and deploying this at a leading bank in India to drive better results than a human contact center. We are, again, very grateful to be trusted by some of India's leading enterprises. I would request the team to play out a short video.
Our partnership with Sarvam has enabled us to scale personalized, product-specific, and segment-focused conversations across the customer journey. By embedding multilingual capabilities across our consumer loan products, we are expanding our reach with greater relevance. Sarvam has been thought partners to Tata Capital in its AI transformation journey. I believe that the future of financial services will be shaped by voice-led customer engagement, AI-based intelligence, and deep personalization.
At IndiaAI Live, we are using technology to drive towards our brand purpose, अपने लिए हम लोग के लिए. We are using AI now for customer engagement for more than 8 crore customers, and now in the process of embedding AI in our distribution enablement processes, which will be used by more than 3.5 million distributors. The intention of all these AI processes is to drive meaningful business impact, do projects at national scale in native language, multiple Indian languages. We are very happy to have Sarvam AI as our partner in the journey.
Context is very important to AI and enterprises, and the Indian context is hence very important, when we have Indian customers and when we are in India. And finding gems like Sarvam is quite important to this whole storyline of India, enterprises, and AI, right?
Thank you again to all our partners for giving us the playground to experiment and learn. Thank you.
All right, the enterprise is covered, and the final thing that we want to talk about is governments. We are very interested in governments also adopting AI at scale. I'd like to invite Alex Sharan to come and present that part. You need a mic from there. I can help you with this.
Thank you, Pratyush. So Sarvam as a startup is unique in many ways. One of the differences between Sarvam and many startups is that we have chosen to work deeply with the government. The founders spoke about scale earlier, and we believe that in a country like India, to scale and to truly impact citizens, we need to partner with the government. Just going back to the basics, what are the principles enshrined in our constitution? Sovereignty, democracy, equality. These are the pillars of a welfare state. But sovereignty is incomplete without security, both physical as well as economic. Can we go back to the previous slide? Yeah. And then equality. Equality needs state capacity. So we need to empower our government, folks in the government, to be able to impact at scale. And finally, democracy is a conversation. Democracy is a conversation that we have amongst ourselves to be able to achieve outcomes. And we've talked about how AI can achieve these things. So I'll go quickly through some case studies across all these three pillars. The first one in the prior slide, we are really proud to work for the security of the country. We can't talk much about that, but the main feature of this platform that we have built and the products we have built that we bring together and our models is that we are able to collate a lot of inputs. We are able to understand through humans, through folks like the defense forces who are seated here, who can actually understand how to plan and then finally take actions which improve this loop and make it much faster so that we can take more agile actions towards our security. So moving on. Another topic that we have embarked on is the transformation of states. We recently announced 2 large MoUs with both Tamil Nadu as well as Odisha. And again, this is about economic and data sovereignty. How do we have AI native compute within a state, powering its applications with data residing there, as well as the capacity to bring in best of breed research, as well as keep all the data inside and build applications that impact citizens in that state. Now, I'll play a short video of the announcement with the government of Tamil Nadu.
Sarvam AI, that story, that's a big story coming out of Tamil Nadu, and that's going to be a huge growth story for India and its indigenous capabilities.
In several other sectors, like in healthcare, like in education, data sovereignty is going to be huge. So this is not just for Tamil Nadu, this is for India and the world.
So we are in the process of creating that ecosystem, which will be the base for our startups in AI, other things to experiment and work on and develop. So if you see 1 week before, we already had that investment, which is with Sarvam AI.
சென்னை தலைமைச் செயலகத்தில் முதலமைச்சர் மு.க.ஸ்டாலின் முன்னிலையில் இந்த ஒப்பந்தம் கையெழுத்தானது. தமிழ்நாட்டில் செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு தொழில்நுட்பத்தை மேம்படுத்தும் நோக்கில் இந்த புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் மேற்கொண்டுள்ளதாக அமைச்சர் டி.ஆர்.வி. ராஜா தெரிவித்துள்ளார்.
This was with the government of Odisha. We have a similar partnership called Sangam with the government of Tamil Nadu. We can play that video as well.
That was Tamil Nadu. Now we are going to play the Odisha one now.
Odisha just played.
Today we also witnessed the signing of some very strategic MoUs, including one with Sarvam AI.
The full-stack sovereign AI park would be a purpose-built innovation district that brings together compute, talent, research, startups, global enterprises, and government use cases within a single integrated physical campus with deployment of population scale and voice-enabled AI applications across priority sectors. This will enable citizens, particularly in rural, tribal areas, to access information on entitlement, benefit, and grievance redressal through simple conversational interfaces. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. So now I'll move on to very quick use cases around how we power conversations with citizens. And I'll be very quick. So one of them, we have been able to, and are currently in the process of calling 8 crore farmers across 9 states to be able to understand their crop survey, what they plant, what their landholding pattern is, so that their livelihoods are protected, because their subsidies depend on this. And we were able to figure out some systematic error patterns that now can enable policymakers to target their interventions so that it is solved. Another project we recently did with the National Health Authority is that we called senior citizens and we sensitized them about a government scheme that gives them health security. And we were able to increase by 40% enrollment rates within a span of 10 days and were able to show that across various languages. So again, the basic principle here is the G2C interface. How do we make that seamless? And how do we get citizens to interact with the state and the state to interact with citizens seamlessly? Similarly, with Aadhaar, we have an air-gap deployment completely on-prem because of the security and the sensitivity of that database. And we're able to call citizens from there and ask them about their experience of getting an Aadhaar card. So that is another project we have done. Moving on. We've also worked in local governance. We believe that at that layer, there is real interaction between government and citizens at a very, very minute level. We were able to work with various municipalities. One of the use cases was being able to talk to them and understand whether they have paid property tax or not and deal with that humanely. Now, understanding whether there is a unique need or whether the state can actually provide a loan, etc., can be done at scale, rather than citizens approaching and then somebody approaching them that you have not paid your tax. So we're able to do that and recover 20x of what was the cost that the state put in terms of revenue, which will be then used for other purposes as well. Recently, Pratyush talked about how we helped dub the economic survey in various languages. We also assisted NITI in building a platform that was able to do deep research on curated government data. And this included structured data, but also a lot of unstructured data, which we in government do not always have access to. So things like PIB reports, things like ministers start questions, answers in parliament. This is government data, but the government itself cannot gather it in one place. So we were able to do that, and with a platform that my colleagues Vedant and Harshit showed, do deep research and cull out insights, and we were, Niti Aayog was acknowledged for this in the survey. I'll skip that. Now again, the way we approach the public sector is that we first understand your problem statement. So before various people who are seated here, some of whom we have worked with, we bring in your domain knowledge and our AI expertise to refine that. Because the most important thing is, in this changing technology, what is to be done is discovered between us and the folks we work with, rather than given by either party at once. The next thing, this is something that my colleague showed, but the important thing here is, how do we quickly understand your data? To do anything in your organization, to roll out a program, to roll out a voice use case, to roll out something that is able to surface insights on data, we need to understand it. So we have built very strong automated pipelines which can do it in a matter of hours. And you saw an example of that over there. And then finally, as my colleague Shruti also covered, in government we believe in deploying business and technical teams in your premises, working with you shoulder to shoulder to actually deploy things at scale. I have not covered a lot of the use cases, but we're working extensively with all of the organizations here, and we want to continue to partner with the government to be able to reach and transform India at scale. Thank you.
Right. As you can see, we are doing many things that with the time that we have is not sufficient. The last thing that we'll just talk about is the social impact that we are having. We talked about developers, talked about enterprise, government. Social impact is also very important. I'll just go directly play a video. Can you play the video, please?
Ek Step, AI for Bharat, and Sarvam came together to build a shared AI diffusion infrastructure that brings together technology, data, policy partners, and social expertise. Through an open call, 20 high-impact voice AI use cases were selected from over 100 applications, each receiving 5 lakh free voice AI minutes built on the Sarvam platform. This diffusion model aligns technology, data, expertise, and solutions, so that the right voice reaches the right person at the right time in the right language and dialect. In 30 days, 20 organizations have used over 2 million voice minutes across health, governance, agriculture, and education, benefiting more than 1 crore people.
Given the artificial intelligence boom in the world and the capability of India in the frontier technology, we wanted to use AI to solve the real problem on the ground, and therefore we designed something called Sachiv Ji. It is solving the real problem of the sarpanches.
खेती बाड़ी मनरेगा काम बागवानी आदि का सहयोग के लिए AI सचिव का मदद करता हूँ एवं पंचायत के विकास के लिए जो भी 15वें वित्त आयोग है, नरेगा योजना है, सभी की मदद के लिए मैं AI सचिव का प्रयोग करता हूँ।
पहले हम लोगों को इस सब के बारे में सरकारी कर्मचारियों के द्वारा जानकारी लेना बहुत कठिन होता था, लेकिन अभी इस AI सचिव के माध्यम से हमें पंचायत को चलाने के लिए सारी जानकारियाँ एकत्र करना आसान हो गया है।
AI सचिव के माध्यम से पंचायत में जितने भी फंड आती है उसे मैं AI सचिव से सहायता लेती हूँ। AI सचिव हम लोग को बहुत मदद करती है।
Listen at Scale proves that impact doesn't spread through isolated pilots, but through diffusion networks that remove cost, lean on shared infrastructure, and let communities learn together. This is just the beginning.
So with that, I'd like to thank you. We talked about models being built in India. We talked about applications that we are building. And finally, the impact that we are creating. It is only right that this event has a title of Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya. It really is about human flourishing at the end of it, which is the core principle that drives all the work that we do. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, and thank you all for your appreciation. We look forward to a long journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Sarvam. With this, we move to the next important keynote address on service economy to innovation economy, India's AI moment. I would like to invite on stage Mr. C.P. Gurnani, Chief Executive Officer, INOS, to deliver the keynote address. Guests, I'll request you to please settle down for the following address. Please give a huge round of applause for our speaker, Mr. C.P. Gurnani.
You know, as I was just walking up, I did realize that what was common between Sarvam and where I stand today as a co-founder of IONOS is actually Rajan Anandan. Rajan Anandan is an investor in Sarvam, and my own journey, it was just coincidental that many of you would remember Rajan having this interesting conversation with Sam Altman in June of 2023. The conversation was very nice because it was talking about the AI ecosystem, the role of startups in building the AI ecosystem, and in a way, the technology that has been developed in US, can it be done frugally in India? Now, as you all know, Rajan, on one end, is a very astute investor. On the other end, he is also a thought leader. So when he was having this interesting Q&A with Sam Altman, somewhere the word 10 million and that India or anyone else cannot be so frugal that you could develop an LLM at 10 million. Fast forward in life, I mean, you have seen Project Indus of Tech Mahindra, 37 languages being supported, and it is also that I was one of those stupid ones, you know, the guys who sit in the class and say yes, and I did raise my hand when Rajan and Sam Altman had this debate. And I was standing up and listening to the Sarvam presentation, and I was genuinely saying that all of us should actually go to this class of Rajan Anandan or Sarvam. The reason being very simple. The simple part is at $300 billion of exports of services industry, the stock market doing the yo-yo on every time a new tool is launched. And more importantly is that it is not about the stock market yo-yo. It is about a feeling that the services sector, which fueled Indian economy, services sector which created not only jobs, but also created India's prowesses with the Fortune 1000 world over. Now, is that journey coming to an end, or is that journey only the beginning? My personal feeling is that the Sarvam story amplified, or in a way, That was a story that I answered to myself. The story that I answered to myself is when I hung my boots in 23 December, the story was, what next? And what next was the birth of IONOS. The birth of IONOS really was that we are now looking at the next generation services company. We are now looking at using AI as a tool. We are now looking at taking advantage of the tools that are available to us and learning how to take 275 billion or a 300 billion IT industry to 750 billion industry by 2035. And clearly, the answer lied in innovation. The answer lied in understanding what the customer wants. So when you design a B2B business, what do you design? You design because you are now learning to work in understanding the needs of that customer. It is, no longer about, number of people, number of billable hours, number of people hired. It is all about outcome. It is all about impact. And that's where I think when IONOS was born, it was based on building platforms. It was not about adding number of people. It was not about billable hours. And when you do platforms, what do you learn from platforms? For example, most of us have used a Zomato or a Swiggy. Now, is Zomato or a Swiggy a logistics company? Is Zomato or a Swiggy a food company? Or have they reinvented a business? Yes, they did. It is the same business that when you went to a Pizza Hut, they were promising you 20-minute delivery. I mean, that business, when you started amplifying it and you started using technology, what did you develop? You developed a platform. And that platform, whether you went to the 80th city or the 800th city, the platform could multiply itself. And I think that's really what we are doing at IONOS, building platforms, understanding the needs not only of my customer, but the customer's customer. So, data-wise, all I can tell you is that this industry will grow. This industry, powered by AI, and I'm glad that we are all sitting here today and we are talking about AI impact. Because whether you apply it to a urban clap or you apply it to that 21-year-old Stanford failure and Stanford dropout did with Zepto, what did he do? He applied the Kirana store principle of distribute or an egg or your oatmeal or whatever, because that shopkeeper knew what the neighborhood wanted. Suddenly the language has become now dark stores. Suddenly the language has become all about logistics. The language is about, how we understand the data. Now, if you start applying it, because your customer's customer wanted a convenience of the next door store and you were using technology, normal company, go back into your own company, try getting a gate pass for your laptop. I mean, it will take you 20 minutes because there are 4 people who want to either sign or check or define how to do it. So my own submission is the aha moments for IONOS were all about understanding. The day you start understanding your customer's customer, your usage of AI, your build of platforms will, my friend has come. This time it is a four-legged one. So anyway, understanding customer's customer. Actually, I have a story on customer's customer. I know I'm running out of time. And since Professor Junjunwala is here, I must tell this story. The story is my 2-year-old grandchild who uses AI because he talks to Alexa, he uses iPad in his own way. And I was traveling and I asked him, what do I get for you? He has been hounding me to get a puppy. I said, I might as well try and find out, a furry, four-legged, robotic dog, furry, robotic, four-legged. And for that 2-year-old, my customer, which is my 2-year-old son, will only want to throw a ball so that this four-legged robo can come and collect it. And trust me, I found all kinds of dogs but there was nothing which looked like. That means there was no hyper-personalization, there was no design element which took into account the 2-year-old's requirement. We have dogs who sing and dance, we have dogs who do whatever, but they still look like a robo. They don't look like that four-legged stool. So the point again and again is, we all know our customers' demands are changing. We all know that we have the data. We all know that there is a research available. So go back into the basics of any innovation or any B2B company. The basics are understand what the requirement is or redefine what the requirement is. A typical corporate will say cost transformation. A typical corporate will say business transformation. A typical corporate will be increase my customer satisfaction. A typical corporate will say protect me. And typical corporate will also say, can I grow my business? So at IONOS, we listen to our customers. We now have 4 platforms. The first platform is UniProtect, which takes into account that we need to make systems which are resilient. We need to make systems which can be governed better and systems which can be brought up just in case a hacker succeeds. Similarly, I have a product called UniV, which takes into account customer experience management, but at half the cost. Because now we harmonize what the requirements of AI is, what the facilities of agentic AI is, and how I can marry technology and humans to deliver results. Similarly, I have a product which is about data monetization because my customers want to grow their business. They know they have data. You are a bank, you have data. You are a telecom, you have data. You are a kirana store, you have data. You want to cross-sell, upsell, you want to do more. So we have this product which is all about data monetization. And similarly, the last but not the least, which is UniStack, which is about multiple agentic AIs, multiple chatbots, multiple AGIs, all running through your system. How do you make sure that they are orchestrated? So I think we are having fun building IONOS. We have had fun listening to Sam Altman or Rajan, and all I can tell you is India is ready for scale up. India is ready for 750 billion, and India is lucky that we have innovation centers like IIT Madras that Professor Ashok Junjunwala runs. And I can only promise you is that we are also lucky that IONOS is rising up to the challenge because we listen to the customer, we listen to the customer's customer, and we use AI as a tool. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the vision of IONOS. We now move on to the next panel discussion. I request all the guests and audience seated on farther end of the stage, please take seats towards the center of the stage.
Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're officially at the halfway mark of the AI Impact Summit, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce my panelists here on our session on enterprise AI. I'll start with Amit. Amit Zaveri is the COO, President, and CPO at ServiceNow, the workflow enterprise giant. Followed by Victoria Espinel, who's the CEO for BSA, the Software Alliance. They're a global industry and advocacy body for enterprise software companies. And we also have Ms. Ambika Rajagopal, who is the Global Chief Digital and AI Ethics Officer for Michelin, which is the industrial and manufacturing giant. I think I want to start off with you, Amit. As COO and CPO, you don two hats between building the product and shipping it versus also running the business. There is a fine line to tread. How do you think about the business value that AI is able to accrue to your enterprise customers? What are some of the challenges that you're seeing between, say, 18 months ago to now? 18 months ago, we were at an experimentation stage. Now we're moving to much more of an adoption across the enterprise stage.
First, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. I think the question you ask has been top of mind for every customer I speak to. Last year, I landed up speaking to almost 900 customers. And most of them, if start of last year, were worried about where to start with AI, what is the value it will create, and can you really manage it? Middle of last year, we started seeing a lot of change in mindset, specifically around the idea of if you can control and you have visibility, then AI is something they want to experiment and start using. And the growth started happening pretty much end of last year when people are starting to use these agentic workflows and systems to connect different things together and get real good value and automation out of it. Only time they started getting excited about it is because they had to have security around it. Right? So what we did was we introduced something called AI Control Tower, which provides you visibility and discovery of all the AI systems you have. And for customers, that made them much more comfortable that now I have ability to know what's going on, who's using what, how much I'm paying for it, can I really have visibility in terms of any kind of changes I'm making, and really be able to turn things on and off. And now what we're seeing is the huge amount of adoption starting to happen because of the idea that security is built in. You have a lot of scaffolding around compliance, auditing, be able to have visibility. That's the value creation starting to happen. But AI is a great technology. It's really been a very good enabler for automation, insights, be able to do things much faster. But the worry always was around security, compliance, and visibility and control. Once you start taking that barriers out, the adoption started to go up. And the value creation is really about efficiency gain, be able to now connect different systems together faster, remove a lot of the inefficiency you had in the businesses, and freeing up resources to be able to invest in a lot of new areas as well. So connecting those things together has been really useful so far.
Speaking of new areas, Ambika, I want to bring you in because I think the vantage point you have at Michelin is a little different from how most of the world might be using AI right now. Michelin has realized almost 100 million euros worth of business value through its enterprise, through its AI adoption. Tell us one boring, so-called boring industrial use case which has actually moved the needle much more than maybe an AI chatbot would have.
Yeah, so it's the wrong person to ask the question because, I've done AI for more than 20 years, and my joke is that, it used to struggle to get people to talk about AI, and now I can't go anywhere without, people only asking me questions about AI. So for me, there's nothing boring. But actually, for us, I think the chatbot has become, let's say, very common. We have, various levels of chatbots deployed, both, let's say, very accurate ones for our finance, for our folks that essentially consult our finance documentation. We have ones that are on the HR policies, and of course, more generic ones that people can make for themselves. But maybe a use case that is not among all of this, but really creates value. In fact, we've had a strong AI focus for several years now, and so if you look, so the tire it's a zero safety product, and the imperfections or defects that you can see on the tire are visual. Okay, so in fact, one step in our qualification process is actually to visually inspect the tire. So over several years, and we have multiple patents for this, we have a machine which we call Iris that essentially scans the entire surface of the tire and points out, essentially flags imperfection. But the interesting part is not this one. The interesting part is actually, what was the reaction of those that were involved in inspecting the tire prior to this, okay? And it's amazing because, first of all, it was not a really, ergonomically friendly job to essentially, closely inspect a tire, let's say in first shift, second shift, etc. But also, what the operators essentially said was, the part of their job that they really enjoyed was not finding the defect, it was really understanding the defect and flagging what it really was. Basically bringing their deeper knowledge of what tire defects really look like, what is, classifying them, understanding them, and this is what they are now able to focus on. So that's an example, of course, rolled out in several of our plants already. And now we are looking at, because now we have all those images, so it essentially is opening up even more use cases for us.
Got it. Victoria, as the head of an industry body, which counts the topmost enterprise giants amongst its membership, I want to start first with challenges and bottlenecks. What would you say are your top 3-4 challenges that you're seeing when it comes to large enterprises really truly embedding the use of AI in their everyday fabric?
Thank you. So, I think it depends on the organization, but I think one of the things that companies have struggled with, I found your example really interesting because safety for Michelin is critical, right? Is trying to decide where in their organization they most need to use AI and focus that. Where I hear companies saying that they're struggling is when they either have sort of a organic use of it, but not one that is organized around something that's really mission critical to the company. And I think that's starting to change as companies are using it more and more. But I think one of the things that I say, because I get a lot of companies that ask me, like, what should we do? We want to start using AI. How should we start using it? And the advice that I give them is to focus on 1 or 2 things that are really important to the company, and then build a history of use around that, and then try to expand. Instead of trying to do too many things at once, I think sort of building that expertise inside. A second challenge is making sure your workforce understands it. So I think that is, it sounds obvious, but obviously a company's not going to be able to use AI effectively if the people inside the company don't know how to use it. And I think making sure that those skills are being transferred and given to the employees is critically important. I think my job is, I'm a policy expert, so I work with governments around the world and give them our advice from the perspective of enterprise software, what their laws should look like. And I think one of the struggles is that right now, we're still early in those days, and there's a fair amount of regulatory uncertainty. And so I think that can be a barrier to adoption when companies are concerned whether or not they're going to be compliant with a particular law. And that is, at BSA, that's one of the things that we work on, is trying to make sure that governments around the world are putting laws in place that are relatively consistent so that our members, like ServiceNow, but even more importantly, the customers of our members aren't having to deal with a lot of regulatory uncertainty.
Amit, coming to customers, what is the #1 reason that CEOs are hesitant to give right access to AI agents, for their core enterprise solutions?
The #1 reason is always security. There's a huge amount of concern about who has access to the data and how it's going to be exposed externally. So typically, if you talk to any CIO or anybody else, they want to have ability to control that. And they are worried about some of these AI agents where you have no ability to govern or secure or really have ability to manage them. That can go wrong. And enterprise data and your IP can be exposed. So that's typically the main reason. And then after that, once you can solve some of the problem, then they get excited.
I'm sensing there is a culture or at least a mindset that we need to overcome, whether it comes to customers or whether it comes to the users within your enterprise who have to do that. Ambika, let's go to the shop floor, the factory floor. How do you convince an army of factory workers with maybe 30 years of experience to listen to an AI agent that's telling them to change a vulcanization setting that is not intuitive to them? They feel like they've been on the floor, they understand the system inside out, but perhaps your AI system has detected an alternative way of doing things. Is that something that's even a challenge now? The mindset of the people who've had to kind of implement the AI?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, there is, what we are, let's say, what is not helpful is that, there is a lot of conversation around loss of jobs due to AI automation. But honestly, I would say without a lot of substantial data behind it, there are layoffs, but are they, in which sector? Are they directly correlated? This is not clear. And then, the academic studies, we don't really have any research as yet that I'm aware of that clearly points to this. So in fact, what we do have is long-term research from econometrics that essentially shows that what could be automated are tasks, right? And essentially tasks in areas where a particular, the person performing the task has in fact a wide range of tasks in their job. So it's not the job that's getting automated, like a single job. It is in fact tasks inside a job. And this is very interesting because, if you let's say take a person who has been working at a station for multiple years, and one of their tasks of making a specific judgment now comes with a recommendation which gives them deeper insight into what it is, also essentially shows them over time that they get better outcomes, in their station from that particular part. And not only that, basically frees up their mental space, cognitive ability to essentially focus maybe on the root cause of some of the flags that they are seeing. Then, we are talking about something completely different. We are basically talking now about a worker who is more engaged in what they are doing. We are talking about a worker for whom, the AI, in fact, is helping them, to understand their own process better. And we have examples where, in fact, this is exactly how it goes. Not with, we've basically deployed, recommendation engines in the form of bots, of course, but those are, not the chat bots like LLMs. They, in fact, you, let's say, okay, you know what, this is what I see is going on with this machine. Could you suggest what it could be due to? And it brings back, let's say, 1, 2, 3 root causes for it, and they love it. And it's exactly for the reasons that I said before. It brings an answer that then they have the time, to reflect about, and that's a win-win.
I'm going to come to the geopolitical effects of AI adoption in just a bit, but before I do, I have one question for all three of you. AI is changing rapidly, even weeks, if not months. Months, not weeks. And Indian, businesses are at an early stage of streamlining their technology. If we talk about small and medium-sized businesses, they're facing a strange conundrum between making investments in technology that might actually become obsolete very soon, but also having to lay down at least the foundational, framework for having their AI processes and technology in place. They're at odds with, what kind of decisions they should be making and how quickly. What is the one piece of advice you'd have for small and medium-sized businesses and how they ought to think about their AI roadmap for, say, the next 12 to 18 months?
So I would say two. One, pick one use case and focus on that. Second, a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, companies are using software that is embedded, AI is being embedded into it. And so I think if you're unsure where to start, one thing to start is making sure you're using the AI tools and the software products that you are already using before leaping into something new. But the first one is pick one use case, start there, make it work, learn from that.
And what I would say is, obsolescence, dealing with obsolescence is the fact of life of every CIO. You can't escape it. It's always there. But what is far more important for me than what I would say is far more important obsolescence is adoption. As long as you have adoption and as long as you're seeing value, then the obsolescence that you have becomes something that you can actually take care of. It's when it's the other way around, you have obsolescence but you have no value coming out of the software, then you're in a different position. So it is a strange time. It feels like the ground is moving underneath our feet, every few months. So nevertheless, I think the focus on adoption, making sure that whatever it is that you build is in fact truly relevant for the folks that you're building it for. My advice would be to focus on that.
I'll just say, I think I agree with you. Getting a good use case which is going to add value, right? Something which you can say that I can measure and see something useful out of it is going to be an important part of it. And I think you cannot just ignore the value of AI. So get used to it, learn some of the tools, but don't use AI for the sake of AI. Just make sure you're getting some value from it before you invest in it.
One more question. ServiceNow is model agnostic. Every company is pitching their model to be the best one. How does one prevent AI sprawl? Because currently enterprises are also struggling with having 50 disconnected systems in place. How does one company choose what's best for them? In this context, why is interoperability important? Why are open platforms important?
No, I think it's important. If you look at history of enterprise software, if you do land up getting locked in, it is very hard to get out of it. And that's why having a solution or buying products which give you choice and flexibility for an enterprise customer is always paramount. And I think many enterprise customers have learned over years, don't lock yourself in. So the way we think about it is to have a solution where it's not really about the model, and you shouldn't care what model is being used underneath an application. As long as the solution meets your need, and we can give you the choice of whatever it is underneath the covers, and eventually you might not even care, because the value is created by the product and the solution, not by the model itself. So that way you're not locked in. If I change something which is better price or better performance or better capability or but more language support, more voice support, whatever may be required, that's the right thing to do for the product. And it should not be tied based on, just like you don't pick the chip you're using in an application. Do you care whether it's AMD or Intel or NVIDIA? Probably not. For an application user typically or a workflow user. That's how we think about this idea. So don't lock yourself in. Get a solution which gives you flexibility in terms of deployment, integration, as well as model choices. And then you will get the best price as well as the best performance and the best solution over time.
I think fragmentation is becoming a problem not just within the enterprise, but also across countries, across markets that you operate in, across sectors. Victoria, BSA, advocates a risk-based approach, both to sectoral, regulations, as well as how AI rules, will evolve even in different countries. How do we prevent 50 different rules for 50 different sectors? There are highly regulated sectors like the financial services sector, like insurance. What kind of an approach should regulators think about when it comes to, different companies working in the sector so that that company doesn't owe different kinds of things to different people who govern them?
Yeah, this issue of fracturing comes up in all sorts of different ways, right? So there's sectoral versus there's different countries, there's within a country the different frameworks they have, and again, part of what we spend a lot of time around the world doing is trying to make sure those approaches are as consistent as possible. Different sectors of the economy are going to have different obligation and compliance burdens, right? They're going to have different regulators. What we advocate for is having one general framework that applies across the economy, and then for particular sectors right now, because we are still in relatively early days, to have regulators using tools like sandboxes and general guidelines and seeing if those approaches work and being able to sort of quickly pivot to another, sort of agile regulation, if you will. And I think that's going to be very important as we're moving forward in this world.
Ambika, again, very, very interesting vantage point because factories don't chase hype, they chase uptime. 2 myths you'd like to bust about AI when it comes to industrial and manufacturing space?
I think the first one is that there is no interest or a strong resistance from either the factory workers or floor, or in fact, it's exactly the opposite. We have examples. In fact, there is a push that we have from remote factories around the world where they have access to, certain tools that essentially they are able to build something and they come to us and say, hey, we've built this, it's doing great, how can we deploy it, how can we work on it? So I think the first myth is that there is a, lack of a ground up enthusiasm. This is not true. In fact, we find a large, a swell of interest that's coming to us, from around the world. I think the second thing would be that, as to where is it that the focus is. So it's really in fact, what we have found is because manufacturing organizations, have a long history through Kaizen, through Six Sigma, of consistently working on our processes. So it's just how manufacturing companies work. We consistently, refine our processes. So really the organizations that have that mindset are able to look at AI as another opportunity to essentially re-engineer processes. So a process and a system-focused way to look at problems that are, let's say, where AI can make a difference. This has been huge as well.
Amit, we were briefly having a sidebar conversation earlier where we were discussing this whole trend of sovereignty. A few years ago, there were fears about the balkanization of the internet, when the whole data localization piece was coming up. Now there is talk of a splinter net because, different countries have concerns about what kind of sovereign capabilities the country should be focusing on, where the data should reside, where the models should be trained and where inferencing should be done. Can you talk to us a little bit about what are the challenges that you're seeing when it comes to, implementing some of these solutions, especially for customers that might be operating in different countries with different rules? Are the operating rules different for a company operating in Delhi versus Detroit?
No, I think the question you asked about sovereignty is top of mind for every customer I speak to, especially multinational, but also a lot of the country-based sovereign institutions, especially public sector or things like regulated industries. And it's gone up a lot over the last few years because the worry about that, do you want to run software which is not in your access control? And do you give data outside without any kind of oversight? So I think the software which we are designing and we're seeing a lot more need for it is to ensure that we have ability to run that locally, where the data resides locally, is maintained and managed by somebody local in the country with the citizenship. And then the architecture becomes very complex. As you said, if you're multinational, you're operating in many, many countries, how do you guarantee that kind of regulatory profile and that software guarantees that you will get the right outcome? So I think what we have done, at least, we try to make our software very flexible. You can run this in private cloud, you can run it in your own data center, our data center, on a hyperscaler, so that any kind of new regulations come in, you can adopt to it. But there are a lot of other issues out there with many of these if you see what you see with these large language models, the frontier models don't run locally. The inferencing might happen locally, but some data still will go somewhere else. And that is be an issue where architecturally I'm not sure how quickly they can adopt to the sovereign requirements of many, many countries today. Everybody's getting excited about AI, but that is going to be the big problem.
If the architecture were to be solved for, if the company is completely compliant, do you sense that there might be a risk still that the efficiency might come down if there is more and more kind of hard data localization? Are the outcomes that the system is able to produce better when the system is more widely and freely connected?
Yeah, I think having a global environment is always better. But I can definitely see the performance and other issues are not there. The question becomes, can you build so much uniqueness for every different regulation and requirements? So it's very costly. And the cost will eventually get passed to the individual customers. And then that's where do you want to adopt it? How quickly will you do it? Whether you want to invest in it becomes a big question.
Victoria, as a former US trade negotiator, I know you're no stranger to, aligning global standards and knowing how difficult it is. if you had to preach and advise governments around the world to take it a little slow when it comes to, putting the brake on this innovation so that a global environment, like Amit said, is easier to have, what would you advise them?
So I would say focus on adoption. I think that is the thing that is going to have the biggest economic impact on countries. And so if we're sitting here 10 years from now, looking back, the countries that win the AI race, the ones that are going to be the winners, are going to be the ones that figured out how to have their private sector adopt AI in a smart way. That is who's going to win the AI race. So I would say focus on adoption. I would also say I'm so excited. I love being in India, so excited to be back in Delhi, and I'm so excited that Prime Minister Modi decided to host the summit here, because these types of convenings are what help us move towards global cooperation and global alignment. So it's wonderful to be here.
Ambika, I'm going to move to you. India's priming itself to be the next global manufacturing hub. Historically, we've competed on costs. But do you think AI can be India's secret weapon, where we win on precision rather than price necessarily, if we're able to become AI native and AI first in a truly meaningful way?
Yeah, I think, just being here, as Victoria said, it's, you just have to be here to really, I think, feel the energy, to have, I think the average age must be like mid-20s, and I see a certain, enthusiasm, I see, hope in everybody's eyes, and it's, and I think, as whether it's manufacturing or whether it's any other sector, this is, the dividend that we will actually reap is from the investment that is there, from in the education of our technical education, technical bent, and deep interest, entrepreneurial mindset of our youth, and that's sector agnostic.
I know time is up. I have one quick fire question for all three of you. One AI function that you think will change the most by 2030, and one that you think will resist the wave of AI the most.
I think change the most will be consulting. So I think it's just going to be done an entirely different way. And that will resist the most, I think, is, I would say, the medical field, because I think we already have plenty of evidence that it sort of, just absorbs it, becomes more complex and moves on. So your relationship with your doctor is, is not something I don't think that's going to change.
I know we're at time, but thank you everyone for your patience and for being here. And thank you so much to all of our panelists for this, for their wonderful remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, panel members. Thank you, Manvi, for your excellent moderatorship.
Internet, and now my students are asking, can they be open LLM as well? Can they use? So I'll see how far I go, but it only makes my job as a professor more difficult because I have to set exams that cannot be solved with whatever they can access on the internet and LLMs. So far, I've been doing pretty well, but let's see how much work I can put in to make my exams not solvable by what's available. I would say very briefly that, I mentioned about Ilya and Dwarkesh Patel's, how many people watched Dwarkesh Patel, by the way? Fantastic. I think it's a must for every researcher. Because not only he brings in great speakers, but he also challenges them to think about new types of research problems. And again, Ilya's podcast, Ilya was talking about, it's not about learning, it's about learning. I'll make it, may say that doing research today, it's about learning. Because now machines are going to be about learning, but we have to figure out how to learn about that. So, I know it sounds kind of convoluted, but that's where we are at. And becoming very familiar with these tools is critical. There is no excuse to not be a programmer today and build systems. So everybody has to be a builder. Doesn't matter what your background is. So go build an app, go build a website, launch a solution. There is no excuse not to do that. And only by doing that, I know you will learn. Thank you.
Okay. I'm reminded of that dialogue in Sholay from those of you who are from India, that Basanti, when she talks about how UK, basically the time just flew past. We had 85 minutes in this post-lunch panel, but it's been a fascinating discussion. Again, I'd like to thank all of my fellow panelists for sharing all of their pearls of wisdom, amazing insights, and I think it's going to be a very, very exciting world unfolding before us. And thank you all to all of the audience for being a wonderful audience. And let's now move to the next part of the program. Thank you all.
Thank you. I would request all the people in the audience to please keep seated. आप लोग अपनी सीटों पे बैठे रहिए अभी, please नहीं, अभी उठना नहीं, please. I would request the delegates to go from that side. Yeah, please go from, if you could leave from the left side of the stage. And if you are leaving the room, please go up and leave from the back, unless you want to get mobbed. I would request everybody in the audience to keep sitting. Please do not move from your seats. And if you want to leave the room, please leave from the back of the thing, not from the front. Please do not come to the front of the hall. Just stay where you are or leave from the back door. Please do not come to the front of the hall. Please आप लोग हॉल के आगे वाले हिस्से में मत आइए. अगर आपको हॉल से निकलना है तो पीछे वाले दरवाजे को यूज कीजिए. और अगर आपने बाहर नहीं निकलना है तो प्लीज अपनी सीट पे बैठे रहिए. No one will go. For what? You can do. You know what happened today? कोई नहीं हिलेगा यार. नहीं निकलेंगे. नहीं निकलेंगे नहीं. बहुत लोग हैं. कोई नहीं निकलेगा. People who want to leave the hall, please leave from the back of the hall. There's a door at the back of the hall. अगर आपको हॉल से बाहर जाना है तो प्लीज पीछे वाला दरवाजा यूज कीजिए. नहीं अभी तो मेरे को बोला सबको जाने दो वहां से. अभी तो बोला. हाँ अभी तो आके मुझे स्पेसिफिकली बोला कि पीछे से भेजो. If you're not leaving the room, please be seated in your place. Do not move. अगर आप हॉल छोड़ के नहीं जा रहे हैं तो प्लीज अपनी सीट पे बैठे रहिए. और आगे की तरफ हॉल के मत आइए. Please do not come towards the front of the hall. Please be where you are. We have huge crowds at the door, so we're trying to make sure that everybody moves smoothly. There. Okay. We would request everyone who wants to leave the hall to please leave the hall from the back of the hall. There's a back door there. Otherwise, I would request everybody to settle down for the next session. Please be seated for the next session. हाँ अभी साथ इनको बोलो कितने लोग हैं मेरे लिए एक जगह नहीं तो
All right, so before we move to the next session, let's give a big round of applause to our previous panelists. Along with discussing the points, they had a big challenge of keeping everybody awake after a big lunch, right? So we move on to our next session. As we know, this is a keynote speech. Can I have the slides, please? The moderator for this session will be Dr. Venkat Padmanabhan. I'm sure everybody knows him, but just to give a very brief introduction, he's the managing director of Microsoft Research India, which is one of the most sought after labs for researchers in the country. So Dr. Venkat, I would also request you to please introduce our keynote speaker and invite him to the stage.
Thank you, Richa. Good afternoon. We keep the best for the last. So this is the last item of the agenda, and it's a distinct honor to introduce Professor Yann, who doesn't really need an introduction, but let me just briefly talk about Yann. He's a professor at the Current Institute at NYU, Turing Award winner. Till recently, he was chief scientist at Meta, and recently he has started his own company called AMI, Advanced Machine Intelligence, and a pioneer in this idea of world models that he'll talk about. In his long career, he spent some time at Bell Labs Homedel, which is where he invented convolutional neural networks. And I thought I'd call that out because I realized recently that I was at that place when he did this pioneering work. I didn't know him then, but it is a real honor to be introducing him here. Yann.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. I seem to be coming to India pretty regularly nowadays. Okay, I'm going to tell you about something that is not at all becoming a buzzword in AI, world models. And many different people have different meanings for world models. I have my own definition, and I'll try to explain what it is and why I'm thinking this way. Okay, so first of all, we need AI systems if you want them to understand the real world and approach human intelligence, not just when it comes to language or coding or mathematics, but for everything in the world. We need systems that really understand the world at an intuitive level, a little bit like babies learn how the world works. We need systems that have persistent memory, systems that can plan complex action sequences so as to fulfill an objective, systems that can reason, and systems that are controllable and safe. And those are characteristics that we do not observe with current approaches, namely LLMs. And in fact, the way you can convince yourself of this is that we have systems that can pass the bar exam, win math Olympiads, and do all kinds of amazing feats, but we still don't have a robot that can do what a cat can do. Okay, and so we're not talking about like super high-level reasoning here. We're talking about just basic understanding of the physical world and then translating this into control abilities. And we don't even have, robots certainly that can drive completely autonomously yet. We're getting close, but we're getting close by cheating, and we're only getting close despite the fact that we have millions of hours of training data of people driving cars, and we train systems by imitation learning, and still we don't get anywhere close to human performance. Whereas a 17-year-old can learn to drive in about 20 hours of practice. Maybe in India a little longer. At least it would take me a bit longer. And so, and a task that a 10-year-old can do the first time you ask him or her. We don't have robots that are capable of doing it. Of course, we can train robots on very narrow tasks by collecting lots and lots of data and training the robot to imitate humans. Doesn't quite work for autonomous driving because there's safety issues, but it would work for clearing up the, filling up the dishwasher or something like this. But the point is, we can do this without collecting tons and tons of data. The first time we are facing the situation. So how does that happen? Perhaps there's one reason, which is the fact that if we train systems from text, there is only about 10 to the 14 bytes available in publicly available text on the internet. Whereas 10 to the 14 bytes corresponds to approximately the amount of information getting to the visual cortex in the first 4 years of life, and also corresponds to about 30 minutes of YouTube uploads. So in terms of video information, 10 to the 14 bytes is tiny. In fact, some of the video systems that we've trained have been trained on orders of magnitude bigger than that. So, that indicates that we're not going to be able to reach anywhere close to human intelligence by just training on text. Okay, so now, how are we going to get there? So what I've been arguing for a number of years now, in fact, for the better part of 10 years, but then be getting more precise over the last 3 or 4, is this idea of world model. Okay, so what is a world model? A world model is a predictor, so given an observation of the state of the world, or observations from the world, you get some idea of the current state of the world, at least in the environment that you can perceive. You can combine this with the content of a memory that contains information about the rest of the state of the world that you don't currently perceive. And then your world model, given an imagined action sequence, will predict the resulting state of the world. Okay? That's really what a world model is. State of the world at time t, action or sequence of action that you imagine taking. Can you predict the state of the world at time t plus 1, whatever this plus 1 means? Okay, if you have a system of this type, then you can feed the prediction to an objective function that measures to what extent a task has been accomplished or not. And you can also feed it to a bunch of guardrail objectives that guarantee that whatever sequence of states the world is going to go through is not going to actually hurt people or have deleterious effects. Okay? This is how you would build a safe AI system. And the way such a system will operate is that, given the observation, given those objective functions, the system searches by optimization. It searches for a sequence of actions, an optimal sequence of actions that minimizes those cost functions, objectives, and satisfies the constraints of the guardrail. That's the only way I think, first of all, that you can build a safe system. Yoshua Bengio was talking about earlier about safe systems. I completely disagree with him. He says they should not have any objectives. On the contrary, I think they should have objectives that we give them, and the only thing they can do is fulfill those objectives and nothing else, subject to guardrails. I think this is the only way to build a controllable system. Furthermore, those guardrails objectives are not going to be particularly simple to design. In fact, we're going to have to train those systems. But I can't imagine that we can build agentic systems. Everybody is talking about agentic systems. I do not believe that we can build effective agentic systems without those systems having the ability to predict what the consequences of their actions are going to be. And LLMs just do not. So we need world models. I don't see any other way. You may have some other proposals, but I don't see any alternative at this point. And in fact, so the next question we can ask ourselves is, how do we train those world models? So obviously, humans and most animals have world models in our heads that allow us to kind of predict, anticipate the evolution of the world and the consequences of our actions. And we learn, the basic functioning of the world in the first few months of life. So to learn about gravity, it takes about 9 months, roughly. And there are basic concepts, that we learn faster. But we learn mostly by observation, a little bit by interaction, mostly by observation. How do we reproduce this in machine? So a natural idea is to use generative architectures, okay? So basically, let's say you want to train a system to predict what's going to happen in the video. Show it the beginning of the video and ask it to predict the remainder of that video, which is really self-supervised learning of the same type that we use to train LLMs. And I've been trying to get this to work for the last 15 years, more actively over the last 10 years, and basically failing for the first 10 years, and succeeding more over the last 5 years. And what made it more successful over the last 5 years is to completely abandon the idea of generative models. Okay, and so the reason why it's impossible to train a system to do this is because most of the world is completely unpredictable. If you want to train a system to predict at a pixel level, it cannot succeed. It's completely impossible. If I take a video of this room, I start from that side, and I rotate the camera, and I stop here, and I ask the system, can you predict the rest of the video? It's going to predict the camera is going to keep panning, and this is a meeting room, and there's people sitting. There's no way it's going to predict what you look like, what every one of you looks like. That's impossible. The information is just not in the preceding segment of the video. And so when you're training a system to do something that's impossible, it doesn't really work very well. Okay, so generative approaches should be thrown away if what you are interested in is for AI systems to understand the real world. It works for language because language is discrete. It doesn't work for continuous data. What you get is those blurry predictions. And we found some ways to kind of fix this in simple cases. And this is what video generation systems do using generative architectures with latent variables. But in reality, the real solution is somewhere else. It's to basically abandon generative architectures and instead use those joint embedding architectures, or more precisely, joint embedding predictive architectures, represented on the right. And so the difference between the left, which is generative architectures, and the right, joint embedding predictive architecture, is that instead of predicting every detail of the variable to be predicted, which is y in that case, you run y through an encoder, and you only predict the representation of y. So you eliminate from y, or from the representation of y, all the information you simply cannot predict, okay? Making prediction at an abstract representation level. And this is a crucial insight. And so this is the JEPA architecture that some of you may have heard of. Joint embedding predictive architecture. We've had a series of papers on this going back 4 or 5 years. But there are people who've been working on joint embedding architectures, including me, for 30 years or so. And so you train a system to find an abstract representation of the input signal that allows it to make prediction, and from those representations will be eliminated all the stuff that you simply cannot predict. And you can use this as the basis of a world model, which is a version of this that is action conditioned. Okay, so if you have a segment of video frames observing, for example, a robot doing something, and an action that has been sent to the robot, you observe the resulting state of the robot, and you can train your world model that is action conditioned. Once you have such a world model, you can feed it to a system that can plan, so of the architecture that I showed earlier, and basically plan a sequence of actions. I've explained a lot of this in a paper I put online 4 years ago, and there is various longer versions of this talk, more technical ones. You see the QR code at the bottom. And a number of recent papers on progress along those lines. And what we're building, particularly in the new company I'm setting up called Advanced Machine Intelligence, AMI. Okay, AMI means friend in French, and it's a French company, so it's consistent. It's the idea of kind of building an overall intelligence system based around this idea of world model, planning, objective functions, etc. So there's various ways to train those JEPA architectures, and the main issue is to prevent them from collapsing. And there is a method that works really well based on distillation. We don't completely understand the theory behind it. In fact, one of the few papers that tries to analyze this by Yann et al. Actually, a co-author is Surya Ganguly, who was just on the previous panel. But there are issues with it. It works really well. And some of my former colleagues at Meta produced a system, Dino v3, which is probably the best sort of general or generic kind of image representation system there is out there. You can use for all kinds of applications. And it gets better performance than purely supervised system. And in fact, we've used this Dino encoder to train a predictor on top of it, which we can use for planning and have it solve simple control tasks. So here is a simulated robot, and you have kind of a starting point at the left, and then at the top, target configurations. And what you see at the bottom is the sequence of actions planned by this Dino world model system to bring the configuration of the environment as close as possible to the goal at the top. This has been applied to a number of different tasks in sort of simple simulated robots, and we're making fast progress along those lines. And somehow I can't switch to the next slide until the video is gone. Okay, here we go. Hopefully, here we go. All right. But more recently, we trained sort of fairly large-scale video systems based on this distillation architecture. And you see some of the recent papers here and demo websites and various things. So this is the VJEPA system. So again, it's a JEPA architecture. It's trained to fill in the blanks in video at the representation level. And this system is the first one that we've been able to show that it has learned some level of common sense about the world. So it's able to kind of tell you if something impossible occurs in a video. So if there is a video where a ball is being thrown in the air and all of a sudden the ball disappears or stops in the middle of the trajectory, the prediction error inside of that model shoots up because the system tells you like, okay, something impossible just occurred. And we've trained the system to plan trajectories for robots, for real robots. And it can do kind of relatively simple tasks at the moment. And again, we're making fast progress there. And hopefully kind of get to systems that can do actual complex tasks. So I told you about examples in video. The whole approach, in fact, is designed to work for more than just video, and to be applicable to any sensor signal, any high-dimensional, continuous, noisy sensor signal, which is the kind of domains where LLMs are completely helpless, and we beat records and everything. Let me switch to the end. We have a bunch of work on sort of different, another set of methods that I'm very hopeful will actually lead us to a lot of progress. You see some of the references here. For those papers, these are based on maximizing the information content of what comes out of the encoder. But I'm going to conclude so that we can have questions. So I'm basically recommending to abandon generative models in favor of those joint embedding predictive architecture. You can imagine that this statement does not make me popular in Silicon Valley. Abandon probabilistic model. I've been sort of arguing for a particular framework to understand all of this called energy-based model, which I didn't have time to talk about today. There is various ways to train those JEPAs using contrastive method. Even though I contributed to inventing them, I'm very skeptical about them now. So those information maximization method is really what I'm betting on. And of course, I've been saying for 10 years, abandon reinforcement learning because it's so inefficient. So this is if you are interested in human-level AI or something like that, or at least AI for the real world. And hopefully, the company I'm building, AMI Labs, which is really AI for the real world, has the goal or the purpose of using hierarchical JEPA to build universal action condition causal models for complex system control, and using them for reasoning and planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yann, for those very interesting thoughts and, I would say contrarian view. It's good to sort of end the day with something that hopefully will generate some controversy and questions. So before we get into AI and talk about some of the things you mentioned, I want we have a room full of people here, humans. And I know that you have said that you don't like the term AGI or general intelligence because you think humans don't have general intelligence. So could you maybe elaborate on that? Because all of us like to feel that we are generally intelligent.
Yeah, we like to think that we have general intelligence. I had this online argument with Demis, Hassabis actually about this. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that, but we don't have general intelligence at all. In fact, we're extremely specialized, perhaps in ways that we don't realize are important, because all of the problems that we can apprehend, that we can imagine an intelligence system kind of being able to apprehend, are things that precisely we can imagine apprehending ourselves. And so we think we are general, but it's just because we have an extremely limited notion of what type of problem we can apprehend. And if anything, computer science has shown us over the last few decades that humans totally suck at a lot of things that computers are so much better than we are, right? So anything that involves search to a graph, right? Whether it's your GPS planning a route, or whether it's searching through the the tree of possible moves for chess or Go or poker. We're really bad at this. I mean, machines are much better than we are, right? It took us a while to get there, but eventually we did. And then let's not even talk about solving equations and stuff like that.
Got it. I guess part of it is we are maybe slow at certain things, but isn't it the case that humans are able to learn things that they don't know? Like if they have given a new problem, they're able to think through it and figure out a way of doing it. Maybe they're slow, but isn't that generality?
Right. So that was kind of the point that Rao actually made on the panel just before. Having tests like the humanities last exam, it's complete nonsense to measure, to check whether a machine is as smart as humans, because humans have, as I pointed out in my talk, have an ability to learn new tasks extremely quickly. We can only learn a limited amount of tasks, because it takes a while to learn a new task. And so, all of us are experts at different things here because we've been exposed to sort of different things and we're interested in different things. And this is, why society can make progress, because we're all different, right? That's it thrives on diversity. But the reason for this is that we cannot possibly learn everything. And that's another evidence that we are very specialized, because we have limited time to learn things, and so we can only learn, a limited number of things. And so the ability to, intelligence is not a collection of skills, or at least it's not just a collection of skills. It's certainly not an accumulation of knowledge, which is basically what LLMs are. Okay, LLMs are not particularly smart, except in a small number of domains where manipulating the language actually is the support of reasoning, so that includes code and mathematics, maybe law. But they're not very smart. But what they can do is accumulate a huge amount of knowledge, right? That has been digested, if you want, by humans before they're fed to them. But what about understanding? What allows us to learn to drive a car in a few hours of practice, or solve new problems zero shot in a situation we never faced, is this ability to use our mental world model to basically apprehend new situations extremely quickly and solve that problem zero shot without being trained to do it, or training ourselves extremely quickly to be able to do it. Okay, that's the adaptability ability. I think that is a characteristic of true intelligence.
Got it. So you're obviously one of the pioneers of let's call it machine intelligence or AI. And there's a room full of people here, many of whom are interested in this field. What should be the goal of machine intelligence in your view? Is it to sort of mimic human intelligence, do something complementary, go beyond?
So all of the above. The short answer is amplify human intelligence, or amplified intelligence, okay, which today is mostly human intelligence. Because intelligence is the commodity that is most in demand in the world today. If you think about, everything about, economics, politics, and everything, what we're missing the most is intelligence. When you see politicians making stupid decisions, it's because is because their perception of the world is wrong. They get the wrong data, or they ignore the data you should not be ignoring, first of all. Second of all, their mental model of the world is wrong. They think, for example, by establishing 50% tariffs, somehow, you know, they're going to... you know, they're going to repatriate manufacturing, and obviously it's not working, okay? It means, you know, the world model is wrong, right? Then there's another way you can be wrong, is that your objective function can be wrong. If your objective function, instead of, you know, improving the wealth of your country or the world as a whole, is to improve your own wealth, then again, you know, you're going to not get the result that you might expect. And then the fourth time you can be stupid or evil or ineffective is not having the ability to find a good course of action. Even if your world model and your objective and your perception are right, you may not be able to find a good course of action to fulfill that goal. I actually wrote a small piece on it. If you go to my website, yann.lecun.com, there's a little pamphlet about this if you're interested.
Got it. I'm glad you didn't say any of these things in the morning, because we had some politicians in the front row. So I know you'd leave the country, I'd be in trouble here. So
anyone from the Trump administration?
Okay, so now let's switch to you know, LLMs, your favorite topic, I guess, and you know, and then we'll get to robotics. You know, at an intuitive level, what you say makes a lot of sense, right? You know, this next token prediction thing is not really you know, what's going to get us to, you know, a generalized form of intelligence. But isn't it the case that if this LLM black box is able to produce the right answer in, you know, millions of cases, it must be learning some internal representation that is perhaps a version of the world model you're talking about, right? Because otherwise it just seems by fluke it cannot produce the right answer time and again.
Well, I mean, the GPT architecture, right, is the biggest ones. They have many blocks, you know, transformer blocks or whatever, layers, right, whatever you want to call them. And so there is, you know, some degree of reasoning just in the propagation of signals within those blocks. But it's limited because the number of blocks is finite. I mean, it's fixed. And so the amount of computation that will go into the computation of a single token from the context is fixed, which means if I ask the system, is it the case that 2 + 2 = 4, yes or no? The system, of course, will answer yes. And if I asked, you know, and we'll do a single propagation to that thing, right? If I ask, is it the case that P = NP? Okay, computer scientists in the room know what I mean. It's going to spend the exact same amount of computation on this than answering whether 2 + 2 = 4. And that doesn't make any sense, right? You need a process by which the system can spend more effort thinking about more complex questions than about simple ones. So the trick that LLMs, you know, LLM people have been using is chain of thoughts, right? You train the system to produce more tokens than it really needs, so that it artificially kind of, you know, spends more computation. But the amount of information that is carried between one step of the reasoning and another one is just a 3-byte token. And that's ridiculous. That's not the way we think. We think in terms of mental models, right? Which have nothing to do with language. Most of what we do has absolutely nothing to do with language. It has to do with our, you know, representation, intuitive representation of the world. If I tell you, imagine a cube floating in the air in front of us here. Now, rotate that cube by 90 degrees around a vertical axis. I mean, you can readily imagine this, and you know that the cube looks exactly the same as when you got started, because you know what a cube looks like, and it's got a 90-degree symmetry. This has nothing to do with language. Okay, it's mental imagery or whatever. Most of the thinking that we do is of this type. It's only when we write code or when we do mathematics that we actually manipulate symbols and that it helps with the reasoning, but that's very specific and it only concerns a few % of the population.
Got it, got it. So, I want to sort of, double click on both language, and then you talked about using video as a modality to learn from. Now, I guess one view is that language does encode a lot of, let's call it sort of world model rules. Like, when I write a sentence, for it to make sense to humans, it has to correspond to reality. I can't say, oh, I dropped this bottle and it sort of went up, right? That won't happen. So that is on the language side. So it does capture information, beyond just the language aspect. On the video side, yes, there's a lot of data, but is it the volume of data that matters, or the number of interactions and the sort of the variety that really matters, right? Because
yeah, I mean, a lot of it is the bandwidth of the data, and which means in how much quantity is it available, but also the redundancy in it. So when I talk about this example, 10 to the 14 bytes, which is the totality of all the publicly available text, and it's actually what a 4-year-old sees during his or her life, 16,000 hours of wake time. People tell me, okay, but video is much more redundant. And I say, yeah, and that's exactly what you want. Self-supervised learning only works if the data you train it on is redundant. If you train a system on completely random data, it can't learn anything. It learns, it builds on the redundancy, and it discovers the underlying structure and redundancy in the world this way. And in text, there is just, first of all, not a huge amount of redundancy and not much bandwidth and a limited amount of it. And we've already exhausted it pretty much. The only way people are making progress nowadays with LLM is through either fine-tuning or training on synthetic data.
Got it. I was just informed that the Prime Minister's security team is waiting outside, so we have to wrap up with, so let me ask you two more questions. Let's go to robotics, right? So earlier today, I happened to spend a couple hours with Bill Gates, who had just spent some time in China, and then he came here, and I told him I'm going to chat with you on stage, and he, made the point that, back in the day, he thought robotics would be solved before writing essays, but the reverse has happened. But his reason is that it's the hardware, the robotic hardware, that has been too limited, right? The human hand has got some 27 degrees of freedom, it seems, and hardware is not there. So how much of the relative lack of progress in robotics is because we've been working with hardware that is very limited, as opposed to the fundamental model and the algorithms and so on?
Okay, there's several issues with hardware. So in the past, up until a few years ago, the case could have been made that the mechanics, the electromechanics and low-level control in robotics was not up to snuff with biology. I think that's not the case anymore. I mean, you see those robots doing somersaults and kung fu and whatever. Now you have to realize all of this is pre-planned, right? So there's no real sort of adaptability, understanding of the world or anything. It's all pre-planned with kind of a precise dynamical model written by hand. It's a bunch of equations. So there is a world model. It's just a question. I think it's largely solved, except it's not as efficient as biology. Like, those humanoid robots run down the battery in like an hour or two. And obviously we have more autonomy than that. So that's one question. What's not solved is sensing. So we cannot, as humans, we cannot survive without touch. We can survive without sight and audition, but not without touch. And touch is absolutely crucial. And if you numb your hand and you're asked to grab an object, you can't do it. It's very, very difficult without sensations. And so the hardware issue of touch sensing is not solved. But we could have robots that are as agile mechanically as a cat. It's not an issue anymore. We just can't make them smart enough to do what a cat can do. And in fact, there's a bolder statement there, which is that we have all of those companies building humanoid robots, and absolutely none of those companies has any idea how to make those robots smart enough to be useful, except in very narrow tasks for which it's economically feasible to collect lots and lots and lots of data and training those robots by behavior cloning, essentially.
Okay, last question, and let's make it quick. So you've just started a company. Now, the world is swimming in capital investment in the LLM side of the world, right? I mean, your former employer, my employer, and a couple of others have probably spent more than the GDP of most countries, right, in the past year. So what would it take for that to change? So you're betting on a different way of building intelligence. Is it that you will show some step function improvement in capability, reduction in cost? improvement in safety? Like what would, because otherwise the world will just go on the current train, right?
Yeah, so the old story was if you're a Sam Altman or whatever, you convince your investors by claiming you're going to reach AGI just around the corner. I'm not, okay, first of all, I don't believe in the G in AGI, first of all, okay? Human level AI is an attainable goal, and there is no question that at some point in the future, not next year, we'll have systems that are as smart as humans in all domains where humans are smart. It's going to take a while. But what I tell them is that, we've seen in the recent decade and a half, we've seen two AI revolution, the deep learning revolution and the LLM revolution, which is building on top of deep learning revolution. There's going to be a third one. And the third one is, AI for the real world, sensory data, video, AI that can reason and plan, which, Rao Kambhampati was talking about, and Surya Ganguly as well. And so that's the next revolution. That's what I want to build. That's what I'm building. And I'm, apparently being able to convince sufficiently many investors for that.
Thank you, Yann. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. This has been a great session. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, they shut the mic off. Thank you, everybody. It was a great symposium. Thank you for being such a patient audience.
And let me also take this opportunity to thank the IndiaAI team. Abhishek ji is here, Kavita ji, Richa, Sanjana, Amoha, and Mayank, along with Professor PJN and Kalika. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the PC members for putting up such a wonderful program. Thank you. Anyone who
I want to cover 4 items today. First is about the AI Summit. Second is about semiconductors. Third is about electronics manufacturing. And fourth is about railways. I'll begin with the AI Summit. As you all know, after UK, South Korea, France, India is now hosting the AI Summit. And this is going to be the biggest AI summit ever held in the world. All the industry leaders and more than 20 heads of states and heads of government have already confirmed. More than 100 plus global leaders are visiting us, joining this summit. And the summit's focus will be on impact of AI. As we all know, AI is basically bringing the 5th industrial revolution. And this industrial revolution is going to be much bigger than the past industrial revolutions.
Integrity, but it will always, we are trying to bring it to a position where it does not make us look rigid in terms of acceptance, but it helps us propel with the way in which the industry and the way in which the content is being consumed right now.
Thank you. From languages to, emphasizing on the sheer scale and speed that AI brings to operations and analysis as well. Great to know from a big brand, of course, how you're leveraging it, but shifting gears to a creator I know who started her journey solo and has a team now. She's representing the Doodle Desk. Bhavya, I would love to know from you, how are you leveraging AI in your workflows? And, is there anything that you thought was a big barrier for you, say, half a decade ago that has totally vanished because of AI?
So I think a couple of years ago when I was writing my first book, sometimes, the ideas would come at like 2 a.m. in the night. And sometimes, when we have to make like a topical reel, the idea would like just come in the middle of the night, right? So there are 2 ways to go about it earlier. Either you wake up the whole team and get the work done, or you scribble the ideas in your diary, sleep over it, and by the time you wake up, you've lost the momentum and the vibe of the entire creative process, right? But now, when I get an idea, I just like to bully AI a little middle of the night and, throw in my ideas, get a rough storyboarding, get a video draft, So I have like sort of a whole process ready for my entire team the next day. So I think the barrier that has vanished here is not really the skill set of me as a creator or my team members. It is the waiting time that has reduced and also the loss of momentum that we feel as creators.
Thank you for sharing, Bhavya. I like how you said you can bully AI, and I think we can do it without feeling guilty too. So thank you for sharing your experience. Over to you, Vipul. You are engaging thousands of creators and writers specifically, right? How are you, instead of asking how you're using AI, I would love to know how AI is changing possibly, storytelling or writing. Is AI still only acting as a co-pilot for your creators group, or is it actually changing the stories or the narratives?
Yeah, one that the kind of stories that we work with are largely going to go in films, OTTs, on the web series or a TV shows. That's what we focus on. And what's been changing is that, like, to do any content like that, you have to learn how a script writing functions, right? Even if you have a great idea and you do not know how to write a script, it's fairly hard to, go ahead and pitch it to someone. And that's what we focus on. So we realize that how the story's been developed in the past 100 years. And you as a writer who had an idea, go in a writer's room, talk to a lot of writers who will help you draft your story into a certain format and ask a lot of questions. And that's why we come out with not a co-pilot, we call it a coach approach model. Where in 6 steps, AI asks a lot of questions from you, so idea remains unique to you. And at the end of the step, it drafts all of your brainstorming and all the answers that you had gave into a certain format. And that format could be anything, a book, a script. And just because we are doing this method where we are asking human a different thing and instead of AI writing things, we always keep checking for the plagiarism because that's most important when you're talking about the IPs. So today, any IP that we generate on the platform, there is a plagiarism report that comes along with it. If you have any similarity of dialogue or a story or a screenplay, where does it come from? So that's something which to protect the IPs, protect the past ideas, and ensure that when you go out and produce something, you don't fall in the legal trouble. So that's a bit different from a co-pilot model, goes into a coach approach model, and through that we have done many movies. Even right now, if you guys are in Mumbai, there's a movie in theaters, which is a Marathi movie, which is written, edited all on Mogafi and been produced by real people on real cinemas. So that's what we largely focus on. So what's going to change for us that today, out of 1 million writers, for example, 100, for example, just one knows how to convert into screenplay. But with AI coming in, it takes a lot of operational job away and can add all those 100 ideas into a screenplay or a book, which can become an IP. And I'm a big believer of it, all this, what AI is changing in the next 10 years. IP is the most important asset class. So what you own is who you are. And I think that's where this model is going to come and play.
I just wanted to add to that. I think, Vipul, that's so interesting. And, I think even at Josh Talks, we're all about stories. And I think, like you mentioned, I think there are some things we can still do in India that can really help preserve the culture conversation. Like, I'll give you an example. We've been wanting to collect an oral history data set. Like, think of the people who are around 90. They have really seen India pre-partition. And we all have probably studied partition, but we don't really know what was cooked for lunch that day and what were the ingredients used to cook that food in that time, or the everyday day-to-day life. Like, how did you go to the village or to your school? What does it mean by you walked barefoot to school? Like, help me visualize things like that. So I think there's so much we can do to still preserve and create, I would say, probably data sets to that would really help preserve the culture of India. And even things like, I'll give another example. There are 6 lakh villages in India, something crazy like 600,000. Every single village has something unique. So I often travel to our viewers of Josh Talks to live in their homes in the villages of India. So I recently had gone to Bihar, and there's a village, Jayanagar, just about a few kilometers from the Nepal border. And I had lunch with our viewer's mother, and she cooked me something, and she said, this is only made in this village. And I don't remember the name of that dish, but I think we could actually probably preserve our culture by creating those data sets where we actually go into those villages, and across the 6 lakh villages we shoot the temples and the food and the way you and the roads, and what does the garden look like, what are the flowers. I think there's so much to our culture. And I'm so excited about the work Google is doing and the entire ecosystem is doing to help preserve and take to AI all of that
Long road
culture.
ahead. So much to do, and so much is already done thanks to brands and establishments like yourself. All of these people are very established in their fields, and we have the privilege as Google to collaborate with you and go deeper into language enhancement, talking of Marathi movies getting released or Maithili language being covered throughout. So we have limited time today. I would have loved to ask more questions and cover a lot more from the audience too, but unfortunately we don't have that time. So I request you to follow all of these people, catch them around while they are here, and pick their brains. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we have saved the best for the last. I'll call Shakun Batra, who's an acclaimed filmmaker and founder of Joska.ai. A round of applause for Shakun.
Okay, hello everybody. Those who are wondering who I am, I'm a filmmaker. I make traditional mainstream movies. If you've seen Gheraiyan or Kapoor and Sons, those are the films I've made. And I have a confession to make, which is that I don't know what my job title is anymore. Because for the last 15 years, I introduced myself as a film director, which meant I go on a set, I have camera, I have lights, and I have budget to handle, and actors and their egos. And now, in the last few months, the definition of those words have changed. And despite my experience, when I now go to AI conferences, they call me a traditional filmmaker, which is just another polite way of saying I'm going to be a dinosaur, which scared me a lot. So I started my company called Joska.ai, where we are building movies with a fraction of the resources using AI. But what is surprising to me isn't how affordable or easy it's become to make things look good. It's how easy it's become to make them look empty. Just 2 years ago, budget was a moat. If you had $1 million, in some ways you won by default. Today, a kid in Mumbai with VO3 and Midjourney can give you a run for your money. So the question for the room is simple. In a world of infinite leverage and zero marginal cost, how do you stand out? Well, one of my favorites, Naval Ravikant, said you escape competition through authenticity. You do not beat Hollywood by fighting them on a spectacle. You can't out-explode them. That is a losing war. But if we are not competing with Hollywood on scale, and if we are not spending money on these big spectacle films, what are we really spending? We are spending intention. We beat them by doubling down on the one asset that cannot be commoditized, our intention. But when I started thinking about it, I asked myself an important question, which is, does intention make good art? No, intention is just the desire, it's not the discipline. But let's lean in further, because I want to bust a myth that I grew up believing, and I'm sure every creator in this room feels that way too. That the struggle to create something meaningful is what makes art great. We often think that art is equal to struggle that goes into making it. Well, that the obstacle is what gives work its soul. I used to think if I didn't bleed for it, it has no value. Well, now the machine is going to remove the obstacles, and I started to feel terrified that by removing the friction, we have removed the meaning. Oh, got it. So now, as I said, now that the machine removes the obstacles, I started to feel terrified, thinking that removing the friction is also going to remove the meaning. But here's the truth. The struggle hasn't left, it's migrated. The struggle used to be logistical. It was a fight against shoot timing, shoot dates, budgets. Well, we are winning that war. But the new struggle is psychological. The fight is no longer against the budget. The fight is against the generic output. Resisting the generic output, that is the new discipline. And in this new world, taste is a currency. Storytelling is a currency. Knowing the tools is a currency. Because AI is an engine of addition, but taste is an engine of subtraction. Yes, you need to know the tools inside out, but you need to know yourself better. You don't want to be a bricklayer in an era of infinite bricks. You want to be the architect. And talking about the architects, I want to talk about one of my favorite architects behind Pixar, Ed Catmull. Ed Catmull spent his life bridging art and technology, and he realized something profound. He said technology changes every 18 months, but storytelling biology hasn't changed in 10,000 years. But now, here's where I think the conversation needs to evolve. AI isn't something we are adding to the filmmaking process. I think it's something that's rewiring the process itself. The workflow's changing. Traditionally, filmmaking, if you look over here, traditionally filmmaking followed a rigid sequence. You imagined, you pitched, you raised money, you built, you released. The process was logistical. The creativity happened within this structure, inside that structure. But now the structure itself is changing, and it's becoming creative. Today we are entering an era of what I want to call recursive storytelling. The visuals are no longer the output, they are the input. We can imagine prototype visually, iterate, kill ideas early, find emotional truth, and then decide whether something deserves scale. In this new model, failure is no longer expensive. And the experimentation becomes part of authorship. And if you try to force these new tools into the old way of working, they don't hold up as well. And that's uncomfortable, especially for those like me who come from traditional cinema, because we have followed the same pipeline for decades. And here's how recursive storytelling works. Let's say I want to write a sci-fi version of The Jungle Book. I don't just write. I open the tool, I type Mowgli in a futuristic, bioluminescent forest. The machine creates an image where the tiger has a cybernetic eye, and suddenly my brain reacts. I go back, the script, and rewrite the scene. The visual changed the story, and the story changed the visual. It's a conversation. This collapses the timeline. You don't have to wait for a budget to see your vision. You know, you iterate instantly. Last year, I met the founder, another Indian-American founder called Amit Tandon from Luma Labs, who told me, post is the new pre. Well, your first edit is still a script. Let's think about that for a moment, because that changes everything. We started by talking about the budget. For a century, the budget was a gravity. It held us down, but it also oriented us. It told us what was possible. Well, now the gravity is gone, and we are all floating, and that is terrifying. When you can build anything, the hardest question changes from how do I build this to what is worth building. Well, that is the responsibility of the architect. The world has changed, our process changed, and our skills must change. Well, so I have a challenge for you. Do not look at these tools as shortcuts. Don't look at them to do lazy filmmaking. Look at them as superpowers. Respect the tech, absorb the tech, but remember, tools are force multipliers, they are not the source. Don't aim for scale alone, aim for truth, your truth. Because the one thing that stays the same is the biology of human connection, and that is the only currency you have. So let's spend that wisely. Because you do not outspend Hollywood, you outfeel them. Well, thank you, everyone. There is something, we had made using Google VO last year, which I wanted to show you so you can get an understanding of what would have taken us 3 months, 4 months to have done. Took us 5 weeks.
Subject is mobile. Expect unpredictable maneuvers.
Suspect turning east on Rouge.
Suspect turning eastbound on De La Commune. Suspect in sight. All units confirmed. Moving to engage.
Okay, let's go.
America made this in AI. Directed by Shakun Batra, eh?
Well, thank you so much. Well, if you have any questions on filmmaking, AI, I'm more than happy to answer them. So feel free, please. Okay, I'll be around, so if you have any questions, feel free, I'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you all for staying with us until the very end of this inspiring day at Bharat Mandapam. The energy in this room proves that India is not just observing the AI revolution, we are leading it. Today was about the creative canvas, the idea that AI puts the power of world-class storytelling directly into the hands of every Indian creator, entrepreneur, and business. Today we saw Creative Canvas in action. Google Arts and Culture Showcase showed us that AI is the ultimate bridge, preserving India's rich history while making it accessible to the world. Shakun just demonstrated tools like VO3 aren't replacing the filmmaker. They are liberating the artist by handling the heavy lifting of the workflow. Our panel discussion nailed the most vital truth. AI lowers the barrier to entry, but your unique human voice is what makes the story resonate. To the creators, experiment without fear. Use these tools to tell the stories that were impossible yesterday. To the industry and policymakers, let's continue this collaboration to ensure India's AI ecosystem remains vibrant, diverse, and responsible. As we head out, let's carry the guiding principle of this summit with us. Sarvajan Hitai, Sarvajan Sukhai. Welfare for all, happiness of all. Thank you for your time, your passion, and your creativity. Now let's go paint the future of India's creative canvas together. Thank you so much.
CRY, Child Rights in You, is an Indian NGO that for 40 years has worked for the rights of all underprivileged Indian children. CRY is adopting strategies like ensuring that the children and their parents find education as important, ensure that they are equipped with a set of life skills and other skills like digital skills so that they stay in school and they are able to go and move towards a different future.
Your email is your first online impression, make it count. With GoDaddy Email, you get a professional address that matches your domain. It builds trust, boosts credibility, and helps grow your brand. Setup is quick and your inbox is protected with built-in security. And if you ever need help, we are just a call away. Start building your brand, one email at a time.
मित्रों, आज मैं चैतन्य महाप्रभु, प्रभु नित्यानंद, श्री अद्वैत जो महाविष्णु के स्वरूप है, गदाधर और श्रीवास, ये सभी को प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। मैं जब यहां आया हूं तब मायापुर धाम में भक्ति सिद्धांत प्रभुपाद जी और भक्ति वेदांत प्रभुपाद जी को मन पूर्वक प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि ये दो महापुरुषों ने ही श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने जो भक्ति आंदोलन की शुरुआत की, उसको न केवल आगे बढ़ाया, आधुनिक बनाकर युवाओं में और विश्व भर के आत्माओं के कल्याण का रास्ता प्रशस्त करने का काम किया। श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने एक ही जीवन काल के अंदर देश और दुनिया के कई अंधकार के अज्ञान के अंधकार से पीड़ित आत्मा के उद्धार का, भक्ति का रास्ता प्रशस्त किया। गुण अवगुण, अच्छा बुरा तो इंसान में बसता है, इंसान में रहता है, मगर जब व्यक्ति अपने अस्तित्व को विलीन कर कर श्री कृष्णमय हो जाता है तो सब अच्छा ही अच्छा हो जाता है। और यही रास्ते पर श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने कीर्तन, नृत्य, भक्ति संगीत और गीता का अगाध संदेश बहुत सरल तरीके से पूरे पूर्वी भारत में उत्तर पूर्व तक, नॉर्थ ईस्ट तक पहुंचाकर कई अज्ञानी जीवन में प्रकाश का उजियारा, भक्ति का दीपक प्रगटाने का काम किया। और वही आंदोलन को परम पूज्य भक्ति सिद्धांत प्रभुपाद और पूज्य भक्ति वेदांत प्रभुपाद ने न केवल आगे बढ़ाया, इसको आधुनिकता के साथ जोड़कर युवाओं को और समग्र विश्व को अपने आत्मा के कल्याण का रास्ता प्रशस्त किया। आज बहुत पवित्र दिन है। चैतन्य महाप्रभु के प्रिय सेनापति और गौड़ीय मत के संस्थापक, जिनको हमारे गुजरात में युग आचार्य भी कहते हैं, श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर प्रभुपाद का आज 152वां जयंती है। और आप सभी लोग श्री कृष्ण के, भगवान नरसिंह के और श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर प्रभुपाद के गुणगान करने के लिए यहां आए हैं। मैं भी आज बहुत समय से जो टलता जाता था, वो स्थान का मुझे भी यहां आकर मेरी चेतना को जागरूक करने का मौका मिला है। इसलिए मैं मठ के सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। कोई व्यक्ति अपने एक जीवन में 1 अरब बार श्री कृष्ण जाप का संकल्प ले, वो ही बड़ी बात है। एक कोई व्यक्ति तय करे कि मैं मेरे जीवन में 1 अरब बार प्रभु श्री कृष्ण का जाप करूंगा, ऐसा संकल्प लेना ही बड़ी बात है। मगर अपने जीवन के कालखंड में वो संकल्प पूरा करने का काम श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर जी ने किया। ये दुनिया के लिए एक अनुकरणीय उदाहरण है। एक जीवन में 1 अरब बार श्री कृष्ण का नाम स्मरण, एक बार भक्ति के साथ श्री कृष्ण का नाम स्मरण करने से ही चेतना जागृत होती है, ऊर्जा की प्राप्ति होती है। कई सारे मन के सामने पड़े हुए अज्ञान के अंधकार दूर हो जाते हैं। हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि एक व्यक्ति ने एक जीवन में 1 अरब बार श्री कृष्ण का नाम जप किया। वो व्यक्ति ने अपने जीवन को सच अर्थ में श्री कृष्णमय कर दिया। और वही रास्ता उन्होंने गौड़ीय मठ के माध्यम से सबके सामने रखने का काम किया। आज कदाच 100 साल के बाद कोई ये बात को बोलेगा तो दुनिया में इसको मानने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं होगा कि 1 अरब श्री कृष्ण नाम स्मरण कोई कर सकता है। श्री भक्ति सिद्धांत स्वामी जी ने धर्म को कई प्रकार की मान्यताओं की रूढ़ियों से बाहर निकालने का काम किया। उन्होंने एक सिद्धांत प्रस्तापित किया कि आधुनिकता धर्म की दुश्मन नहीं है, आधुनिकता से ही धर्म आगे बढ़ता है, वो धर्म की साथी है। और एक जमाने में प्रिंटिंग प्रेस को वर्ज्य माना जाता था। सुनना, याद करना, इसके माध्यम से ही भक्ति पनपती थी, बढ़ती थी, फैलती थी। उन्होंने प्रिंटिंग प्रेस को बृहत मृदंग का नाम देकर ये बताया कि मृदंग की आवाज तो कुछ दूर तक जाती है, मगर प्रेस में छपी पुस्तक 7 सागर बाहर जाकर भी भक्ति का प्रचार करती।
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Want to get into software development, data analytics, or IT and security? Well, do yourself a favor and grab this course on Udemy. Just a beginner in Python? What you don't know, you can learn it here and be ready for your first big break. All right, grab the course now.
और ये रूढ़ी तोड़ने में बड़ी हिम्मत चाहिए मित्र। जब श्री कृष्ण के प्रति भक्ति अचल हो, अनन्य हो, उसके प्रति श्रद्धा दृढ़ हो, तभी रूढ़ियों को तोड़ने का साहस आ सकता है। और उन्होंने ये जो आध्यात्मिक इनोवेशन किया, नवाचार किया,